test.
حافظ واحد في مصر. عليكم ورحمة الله.
ماشي.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
But it's not of some background.
Why is it coming on yours?
That's not our fault.
تلك آيات الكتاب والذي أنزل إليك من ربك الحق
Fine?
Has an issue.
There's something in the back, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Fine? There's an issue. There's something in the back, right?
It's still coming.
I'm still going to.
ولكن أكثر الناس لا يؤمنون. الله الذي رفع السماوات بغير عمد ترونها ثم استوى على العرش وسخر الشمس والقمر كل يجري لأجل مسمى يدبر الأمر يفصل الآيات لعلكم بلقاء ربكم توقنون. وهو الذي مد الأرض وجعل فيها رواسي وأنهارا ومن كل الثمرات جعل فيها زوجين اثنين يغشي الليل النهار إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. وفي الأرض قطع متجاورات وجنات جنات من أعناب وزرع ونخيل صنوان وغير صنوان يسقى بماء واحد ونفضل بعضها على بعض في الأكل إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون.
Jazakumullah. The translation of these verses will be presented by Maluf Rana Sahib.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. I will present the English translation of the verses just recited before you from the Holy Quran, chapter 13, verses 1 to 5. I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed Satan. In the name of Allah, the Gracious, the Merciful. Alif, Lam, Mim, Ra. These are the verses of the book, and that which has been revealed to thee from thy Lord is the truth, but most men believe not. Allah is he who raised up the heavens without any pillars that you can see. Then he settled himself on the throne, and he pressed the sun and the moon into service. Each pursues its course until an appointed term. He regulates it all. He clearly explains the signs that you may have a firm belief in the meeting with your Lord. And he it is who spread out the earth and made therein mountains and rivers, and fruits of every kind he made therein two sexes. He causes the night to cover the day. Therein verily are signs for people who reflect. And in the earth are diverse tracts adjoining one another, and gardens of vines and cornfields and date palms growing together from one root and others not so growing. They are watered with the same water, yet we make some of them excel others in fruit. Therein are signs for a people who understand. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakumullah Hasan Raza. Now I will introduce our chair of this session, Dr. Mudassir Rashid Saib, who will lead the rest of the program. Dr. Mudassir Rashid is an experimental physicist working towards building novel optomechanical experiments for exploring macroscopic quantum physics, nanothermodynamics, metrology, and force sensing. He is a research associate in King's College, London. He did his PhD in physics from the University of Southampton. So I request Dr. Mudassir Rashid Saib to kindly proceed with the rest of the session.
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May peace and blessings of Allah be upon you all. The next part of the program is a welcome and a technical logistics of the virtual conference. So may I request Zafar Nadeem to please come and give us that.
Jazakumullah ta'ala Hasan al-Jaza. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. As a coordinator of Holy Quran and Science Conference, I welcome you all to the 7th Holy Quran and Science Conference. This is our first time holding the conference in such a unique environment that all of this is being conducted online. While this does take us away from the human element that we are usually accustomed to, it also provides us opportunities to have presenters not only from Canada, but also from the USA, England, Ireland, Pakistan, and Australia. I am extremely grateful to all of our distinguished presenters for taking out the time during this extremely unpredictable situation of the pandemic. However, I hope that this conference can be a positive event for all of the participants. The presentations will cover a plethora of scientific topics and how they are connected to the Holy Quran. We have a very wide variety of topics ranging from climate change to biological to machine learning, and I am certain that not only will the presentations themselves, but also the topics they will touch upon will keep all of you engaged with us today for this conference. To help us run this virtual conference as smoothly as possible, I would request all the presenters as well as observers to follow the following guidelines. For the purpose of keeping everything on time and running the conference smoothly, we will be adhering to these very closely. Firstly, I would humbly request the presenters to observe the time limit strictly. I would request the presenters to arrange to keep track of their own time limits as well. Prior to 1 minute before the end of the presentation, we will intervene and let you know that there is a minute remaining. We humbly request that you finish your presentation quickly after that. In any case, we will have to humbly stop the presentation right at the time limit mark of your presentation. No extra time can be avoided because of the very tight schedule we are trying to follow under these difficult online circumstances we have. Secondly, there are 3 sessions containing presentations as shared in the program. The end of each session will be marked by a 10-minute question and answer session with the panel. I would request the guests to text their questions at the telephone number 647-554-8432. The number is also being displayed on the screen. Anyone outside of Canada should add +1 in the start of the number. Any questions can be texted either through a normal text message or even through WhatsApp. Anyone who is sending the question needs to provide their name, location, a very brief introduction if possible, and the presenter to whom the question is being asked. While we will try to accommodate maximum questions, we do have a time limit, and thus the chair will have the right to select which questions will be posed to the presenters. Thirdly, please observe that the break time is from 2 p.m. to 2:45 p.m. EST. Please join us back as soon as we begin again after the break. And lastly, a very humble request to the presenters. We would highly appreciate if you stay with us for the entire event, since a question from guests can be asked after any session and not just the particular session you will be present in. If there is an emergency where you need to leave, please let the chair know. I would also request the presenters to keep their videos on during their presentations, and unless they are invited for the presentation, please keep their mics closed. And at the end, now I transfer the mic back to the chair of the first session, Dr. Mudassir Rashid. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Nadeem Saab, for that. It's my great pleasure to invite respected Lal Khan Malik Sahib, the National President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community in Canada, to give the opening address to this conference. Respected Amir Sahib, please.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. My dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessings of God be upon all of you. It's a matter of great pride and satisfaction for me that Jamaat Ahmadiyya Canada is holding its 7th annual Quran and Science Conference today after successfully conducting this noble event in the previous 6 years. We have physical restrictions and the prevalent COVID situation, and thus are convening it in this alternative way to participate in this very important event. The first time the conference is being held virtually. The main purpose to hold such events is exactly in line with the claim this holy book, Quran, is raising in front of mankind. This event is an outcome of the research work to correlate the words and various claims of the Holy Quran to prove its practicability under existing scientific proofs. On one side, it's a source of elevating and strengthening our beliefs, and on the other hand, it is a sound and very effective way of propagating the true and very strong message of God Almighty to the non-believers. The Holy Quran says, "O mankind, there indeed has come to you an exhortation from your Lord and a healing for whatever disease there is in the hearts, and a guidance and a mercy to the believers." Further, it says, "This is a book which we have revealed to you, full of excellences, that they may reflect over its verses, and that those gifted with understanding may take heed." It further goes on to say, "And if all the trees that are in the earth were pens, and the oceans were ink, with 7 oceans felling it thereafter, the words of Allah would not be exhausted. Surely Allah is mighty, wise." The commandments of the Holy Quran can be understood in 3 distinct aspects. The first talks about the human deeds which makes man responsible and answerable in front of his master, the Almighty. The second talks about the code of interaction between the human being as well as with the other living creatures. And the last, it reveals knowledge about the immense and unimaginably vast universe where our galaxy is merely a tiny speck, along with the predictions about the future happenings. This category is absolutely marvelous and far beyond the human thought process, whether it is the creation of human beings, the human body's working mechanism, creation of the universe, or the delicate interaction of celestial bodies within a universe and within other universes. It is all amazing and has been mentioned in the Holy Quran hundreds of years ago. I sincerely welcome all the participants of today's conference, and we are all keen to listen to them. Finally, I quote the Holy Quran when it says, "And surely we created man from dry, wringing clay, from black mud wrought into shape. And that he it is who created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, each gliding along its orbit." With these words, I declare the Holy Quran and Science Conference 2020 open. Jazakumullah ta'ala ahsan al-jaza.
Jazakallah Mirza for that inspiring opening address. And I don't want to keep you between the great presentations that are before us. So let me first and foremost invite our first speaker of the conference, Ahmed Zishan Bhatti. His talk will be on climate change-induced variations in Canadian water and resources and predictions of the Holy Quran. Zishan Sahib has completed his master's in philosophy in water resource management from University of Engineering and Technology in Lahore, and a bachelor's in agricultural engineering from the University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. Presently, he is pursuing a PhD in environmental sciences at the University of Prince Edward Island in Canada. So without further ado, Zishan Sahib, if you're willing to share your screen. And your timer will start as soon as you begin of 10 minutes. By the way, you're on mute, so you can't be heard. And I can see your slides.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for inviting me to this holy conference. The title on which I will speak today is Climate Change Induced Variations in Canadian Water Resources and Some Predictions of the Holy Quran. So let's start off from the guidance of the Holy Quran about the climate change. And so about the creation of the universe and its abundant natural resources, Allah Ta'ala says in Surah Al-Anbiya, أَوَلَمْ يَرَ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا أَنَّ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ كَانَتَا رَتْقًا فَفَكَّتْنَاهُمْ وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ أَفَلَا يُؤْمِنُونَ. Do not the disbelievers see that the heavens and the earth were a closed up mass? Then we opened them out and we made from water every living thing. Will they not then believe? So I will skip the Arabic version because we are in dearth of time. In Surah Al-Naml, Allah Ta'ala says, who created the heavens and the earth and who sent down water for you from the sky, wherewith we caused to grow beautiful orchards. You could not cause their trees to grow. Is there a God besides Allah? So then Allah Ta'ala elaborating the intricate balance of the universe, different components, it says that in the creation of the heavens and the earth and in the alternation of the day, night and the day, there are indeed signs for men of understanding. Surah Al Imran. In Surah Ibrahim, Allah Ta'ala says that those not see that Allah created the heavens and the earth in accordance with the requirements of the wisdom. So the word which is used in Arabic is haq, and haq has been used alternatively for wisdom as well as balance of different components as well. So Allah Ta'ala is saying that he created this universe in an intricate balance. So if the mankind disturbs those balances, that Allah Ta'ala warns that he may revocate the abundant natural resources which he gifted to the mankind. Allah Ta'ala says in Surah Al-Anfal, this is because Allah would never change a favor that he has conferred upon people until they change their own condition. And Allah Ta'ala also says that those do not see that those who changed Allah's favor into ingratitude. So Allah Ta'ala is warning that we must not disturb the natural balance which he created. We must not abuse natural resources. If we'll do that, then he may take away those gifts or blessings which he given to us. Well, but then Allah Ta'ala is also giving a prediction that ultimately it would happen by the mankind, at the hands of the mankind, and the life on earth would disappear. Allah Ta'ala says in Surah Anbiya, remember the day when we shall roll up the heavens like the rolling up of written scrolls by a script. As we began the first creation, so shall we repeat it. This is a promise binding upon us, and we shall certainly perform it. So, but when that will happen, in fact, scientists have their own predictions, but Allah is Alimu Khabir. He knows that when that would happen and how that would happen. As he says in Surah Luqman, Inna Allaha indahu ilmu sa'ata wa yunazzilul ghaisa wa ya'lamu ma fil arhame wa ma tadriyun nafsa maza taksibu gadan wa ma tadriyun nafsum bi ayyi arzin tamut. Inna Allaha alimun khabir. Verily, Allah knows the knowledge of the hour, and he sends down the rain, and he knows what is in the worms, and no soul knows what it will earn tomorrow, and no soul knows in what land it will die. Surely Allah is all-knowing, all-aware. Now, very briefly, because the time is limited, you can see the precipitation distribution, the rainfall or the snowfall distribution combined together over Canada. The eastern part of Canada receives precipitation as high as some parts of western part receives as high as 300 millimeter of precipitation in a year. Canada overall is blessed with freshwater resources, and that is ultimately having its source in the form of precipitation. The eastern coast, as you can see here, is having precipitation around 1500 millimeter. And in between these two extremes, the rainfall, the precipitation reduces westwardly, as you can the east coast to the west coast, while these central parts have very low precipitation in prairies. Over the last almost 70 years now, 1950 to 2010 or so, the precipitation has increased. So it's a good news, means in one way or the other that the overall precipitation in Canada is increasing over time. And you can see, but means this is not true in its true sense, because some parts of Canada, mostly concentrated in the northern parts, has got more precipitation, like up to 35% into these regions. These whiter regions show stability, no change almost, and the lighter regions have shown some gain. And this region also shows a decline in precipitation. But more or less, the precipitation has been increasing overall in Canada Basin. In temperature, the winter during the 20th century, the winters have warmed the most, which is also good news, because if the global warming is concentrated more into the winter regions, then it may moderate the winters. Similarly, some parts over here have shown some mild warming or no warming at all. In spring, most of the areas have gone warmed during the 20th century, except this blue part, and similarly in summers and autumn as well. So the temperature is almost rising throughout the year and throughout Canada, with some lesser or more variations. If we project that as done by Government of Canada to the year 2100, then most of the warming will be concentrated in the northern parts, although you can see that the average annual temperature is projected to rise everywhere in Canada, and that may increase from 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. If most part of that is done during winters, then it is not likely to have any bad impact. But if it is done in summers, then that summers would be more warm here, although still Canada is not under condition where the areas may become uninhabitable. Just a couple of slides that where we stand in terms of sustainable fresh water. So the freshwater availability, the scientists believe that if a person has 1700 cubic meter of fresh water available for a year for a person, then that is a very good freshwater availability scenario. And as you can see that most of the regions have over 50,000 cubic meter, while the minimum limit is 1700 somewhere over here. So you are by far above in most parts of Canada. Even in the worst case scenarios like Ontario and Quebec, where most of your population is concentrated, you are above that water scarcity limit of 1700. So it means that you are quite rich in water resources, even under the population increase. However, we need to consider that population must not be concentrated in certain parts, as it would put pressure on the local water resources. In terms of surface water sustainability, just forget about these graphs and just consider this small trend line, which is the spatial distribution of percent surface water use. As you can see that this is the 4% line, and most of the provinces are under that 4% usage line. In terms means we are maximally using up to 4% of our sustainable surface water flows, whereas the World Bank says that for surface water sustainability, we must not use more than 40%. So we are under 4% of our sustainable water supply, of surface water supply, whereas the safer limit is much about 10 times higher than this one. So everywhere in Canada, surface water is maybe called sustainable. Similar is the case for groundwater. The maximum use of groundwater in terms of its sustainable groundwater availability is in Prince Edward Island, which is about 15%. Other than that, you are under 8%
Assalamu alaikum,
line.
Zishan sir. Just to let you know, you have.
I have. This is the last slide, I think.
Okay.
So, in terms of groundwater sustainability, we are very much onto the safer sides. To just sum up the major findings, Canada is warming faster than the rest of the world. However, despite the fact that it's 80% of energy comes from renewable resources, but that warming is resulting in terms of loss of Arctic ice, which is 12.8% of its volume per decade. The British Columbia glaciers are retreating at the rate of 40 to 70 gigatons per year. The East Coast, which is the Atlantic Canada region, has seen an increase in seawater rise by 32 centimeters. The precipitation has increased, but it has a lot of spatial variations, and the stream flow and groundwater is very much stable and sustainable in the current scenario, as long as the population concentrates in certain parts of Canada. So thank you very much for your time and for this, giving me this opportunity for this presentation.
I would have let you continue. It would have been great to hear more, but unfortunately we have to move to our next speaker. And let me introduce them while they get their slides ready and the video. We'll be joined by Ansar Raza Saab, who will talk about science of rhetoric in the Quran. So Ansar Saab joined the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in 1982 when he was 24. He dedicated his life for the service of Islam and Ahmadiyyat. In 2004, he has served as a teacher in Jamia Ahmadiyya Canada and as editor of the English section of the Ahmadiyya Gazette Canada. Presently, he's working as missionary of Scarborough and a research scholar. He has authored a few books, including Manji, Another Porn Advanced, written in response to Arshad Manji's book, The Trouble with Islam and Evidence, Please. So I'm very excited to welcome Ansar Saab. The stage is yours. I will start my counter as soon as, and just to let you know, so is Ansar Saab here, by the way? I can't see his slides. Also, Ansar Saab, you're on mute.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'm just trying to figure out how can I share my screen.
So organizers, have you made him a co-host? I think that's one of the things you have to do. So while you're sorting that out, may I just mention, if once you've got 30 seconds left, you'll hear a sound from me like this.
Yes.
Yep. And then that way I won't interrupt you.
Okay.
So Ansar Saab, you can share your screen if you wish. Otherwise, you can start now.
Okay. I will go without sharing my screen because I couldn't figure it out. Anyways, the topic which I selected for today's presentation is the science of rhetoric in Quran. And I believe that all of you know what rhetoric is. Rhetoric is the art of auditory and eloquent speech or writing. One of the topics of rhetoric in Quran is called iltifat. And what is iltifat? It's a sudden shift in the pronoun of the speaker or the person spoken about is called iltifat. So I repeat, the sudden shift in the pronoun of the speaker or the person spoken about is called iltifat. And iltifat can be of different types. First is changes between first, second, and third person perspective, and I'll be talking about only this aspect. The other is change in number between singular, dual, and plural. And third is a change in addressee. Fourth is change in the tense of the verb, change in the case marker, or using noun in place of pronoun. So as I said, I'll just talk about the changes between first, second, and third person perspective. Now, we should know that first person singular in the Holy Quran is used to express oneness of God, his intimacy and immediacy with mankind, that he's close and he's one. First person plural shows majesty, authority, and power of God. And the third person singular is used to demonstrate the transcendence and the most sublime status of God. Now, the examples here are many, but I'll present as my time permits. I'm quoting chapter 36, verse number 23. The first person singular to second person plural. وَمَا لِيَ لَا أَعْبُدُ الَّذِي فَطَرَنِي وَإِلَيْهِ تُرْجَعُونَ. So وَمَا لِيَ, it's for me, it's first person singular. La a'budu, again first person singular, that I worship. Allazi fatarani, that who has created me. Again first person singular. Wa ilayhi turja'un, and unto whom you will be brought back. Here it's second person plural. So you see shift from first person singular to second person plural. I'm talking about myself, that what is the reason for me that I don't worship that God who has created me, and you are all going back to him. So here's the shift, that I'm not saying that I am going back to him. It says all of you are going back to him. And there's the emphasis that we have been created by one God. The second is first person plural to second person singular. Inna a'tainaka al-kawsar. So inna is first person plural. We a'tainaka, we gave you al-kawsar. And in the next verse, Allah says, fasalli li rabbika. So you see here, rabbika is the second person singular. Allah is not saying that fasalli li or fasalli lana. Inna atainaka, we gave you. Indeed, we gave you al-Kawsar, fasalli li rabbina, or fasalli lana, sorry. Allah Ta'ala is not saying, so worship for me or offer your prayer for us. Allah says, fasalli li rabbika. Here, the shift is from first person plural to second person singular. And the reason behind this is that through salat, we are nourished by God. We are raised from 0 to 100. That is the attribute of Rabb. So we offer our prayer, and then we nourish ourselves, and that is Allah Ta'ala who nourishes ourselves from one point to another. Now the other example is third person singular to first person plural. Tanzilum min Rabbil Alameen. So Rabb is here, is third person singular, Rabb. Walau takawwala alayna. Now you see shift is from third person singular to first person plural. And if he had forged and attributed any sayings to us, first is Tanzilum min Rabbil Alameen. This is third person singular. Right away shift to first person plural. Walau takawwala alayna. Ba'da lakabi la akhazna minhu bil yamin summa laqata'na minhu al-watin. We would surely have seized him by the right hand, and then surely we would have spared his life artery. So here Allah Ta'ala is showing his majesty. He is talking in the first person, but plural. This is the authority, this is the majesty, this is the power of Allah Ta'ala, is mentioning that this Quran has been revealed by Rabbil Alameen. But if you did something, we will catch you and we will destroy you. The other example is third person singular to first person plural. Sorry, third person singular to first person singular. Ata amrullahi. the decree of Allah is coming. فَلَا تَسْتَعْجِلُوهُ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى مَا يُشْرِكُونَ يُنَزِّلُ الْمَلَائِكَةَ بِالرُّوحِ مِنْ أَمْرِهِ إِلَى مَنْ يَشَاءُ مِنْ عِبَادِهِ أَنْ أَنْذِرُوا أَنَّهُ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا أَنَا فَاتَّقُونِ. So you see in the first verse 16:2, chapter 16 verse 2, Allah says Ata Amrullah. Here Allah is third person singular, but in the end Allah Ta'ala says An anziru, warn them, so that he warned them Annahu la ilaha illa ana. Here Allah Ta'ala is talking about first person singular, that it shows the unity of God. It shows the monotheism of God, that this Quran has been revealed by Allah and the decree of Allah is coming. So don't worship anyone. Allah could have said La ilaha illallah, but here Allah Ta'ala is emphasizing by replacing that pronoun to ana, that don't worship anyone but me. The next example is first person plural to third person singular. وَكَذَلِكَ أَنزَلْنَاهُ قُرْآنًا عَرَبِيًّا وَصَرَّفْنَا فِيهِ مِنَ الْوَعِيدِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ أَوْ يُحْدِثُ لَهُمْ ذِكْرًا فَتَعَالَى اللَّهُ الْمَلِكُ الْحَقُّ. Now you see, it was first person plural. وَكَذَلِكَ أَنزَلْنَاهُ, and thus have we sent it down. أنزلنا, we sent it down. Who? It. Yani this Quran and Arabian. وَصَرَّفْنَا, and we have explained their certain warnings. And in the next verse, Allah Ta'ala says, فَتَعَالَى اللَّهُ الْمَلِكُ الْحَقُّ. Here Allah Ta'ala is showing the third person singular to show his transcendence, to show that he is the Lord of the whole world, the whole universe. The next example is first person singular to the third person singular. And again, Allah Ta'ala says, وَلَقَدْ كَذَّبَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ فَكَيْفَ كَانَ نَكِيرٌ. And indeed, those before them also treated my messenger as liars, then how grievous was my punishment. فَكَيْفَ كَانَ نَكِيرٌ. How grievous was my punishment. أَوَلَمْ يَرَوْا إِلَّا الطَّيْرِ فَوْقَهُمْ صَافَّاتٍ وَيَقْبِضْنَ مَا يُمْسِكُهُنَّ إِلَّا الرَّحْمَنُ إِنَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ بَصِيرٌ. Here you see it's third person singular. Allah Ta'ala says مَا يُمْسِكُهُنَّ إِلَّا الرَّحْمَنُ. Rahman is third person, and إِنَّهُ, indeed he is knowing all the things, and he sees all the things. The next example is first person plural to first person singular or to third person singular. In one verse, Allah Ta'ala has changed these pronouns. Inna anzalna Taurata fiha hudam wa nur. Indeed, we sent down Torah, which contained guidance and light. Fala takshamun nasa wakhshawni. Here it is first person singular. That don't fear.
G, I think your time is up.
Okay.
Do you want to quickly wrap it up within a sentence or so?
Yeah. The theme is that this is a very beautiful style of the Holy Quran, that it changes the pronoun, and through changing just the pronoun, Allah Ta'ala has mentioned so many great topics which needs many books to elaborate. But this is the beauty of Arabic, and this is the beauty of the Quran, which is called iltifat in the style of rhetoric. Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah. This is really, really fascinating. I wish I could continue hearing more about what you've explained today. And inshallah, we'll have a bit more opportunity to talk to Ansar Sahab later. May I request Dr. Waqas Ali Haider Sahab to come online now? Waqas Ali Haider Sahab is a PhD in material science and engineering from Wuhan University of Technology in China. His research interests are in the development of advanced materials and device electrodes of electromechanical energy storage, including batteries and supercapacitors. His prior degree is an MPhil in applied physics from Federal Urdu University in Islamabad, with research in fuel cell. So he'll be talking to us about advanced energy materials for clean and sustainable future. and a very important topic indeed. Wakasab, are you on the line, and can you share your screen, please?
Yes, Jazakallah.
Are you able to share? Okay, excellent. All right, I'll start the timer as soon as you do. And once again, I'll try to very discreetly remind you when 30 seconds are on the clock.
Okay, inshallah.
Okay, Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah, and Jazakallah for giving me the opportunity to present my work, which is on energy storage. And I will present how it is in accordance with teaching of Holy Quran. So this will be the outline of my today's talk. First of all, I will present some background of my research. So in Quran, Allah says, and do not desire corruption in the land. Indeed, God does not like corruptors. While explaining this verse, this word corruption also refers to the destruction of an atmosphere, which is by the environmental pollution. So God has given a clean atmosphere. So the teaching is to protect the environment and not to pollute it. So if we see the various factors which are responsible for this destruction of environment, burning the fossil fuels for running vehicles or industry is the biggest factor which is responsible. So a possible solution to this problem is to reduce our dependence on the conventional sources and replace them with the renewable sources of energy, which can be from the sun, the wind, or hydrothermal, biomass. But these are just the sources of energy harvesting. But then we need some storage and management systems where we can store this energy and use them later accordingly. So if we see the various energy storage systems, there are batteries, supercapacitor, fuel cells, which are being in use. But my focus is on supercapacitor. And also I will just give a short comparison with the batteries. If we see the working and construction of these devices, both of these devices are made up of two electrodes, and there is an electrolyte in between them. For batteries, the cathode is usually of some metal oxide, and for working, when we are charging, the ions from the cathode will move from cathode and pass through the electrolyte and goes to the anode, where they are intercalated or stored in the anode material. And while discharging, they will come back. During this process, there are electrons which are moving through external circuit, and they power the devices. So this chemical reaction is responsible for the energy storage. While for supercapacitor, the energy is stored electrostatically. There is no electrochemical reaction involved. So because of this chemical reaction in batteries, the electrode material degrades with time, and which ultimately reduce the stability of device. So battery can give us a charge-discharge cycles ranging from a few hundreds to thousands. While for supercapacitor, because the charge is stored electrostatically and there is no chemical reaction involved, so it can give us a high stability, and the charge-discharge can range up to a few 100,000 cycles. Also, if we talk about, because of this reaction in the batteries, it takes time for that reaction to go on. So the power delivery is slow. So they have low power density, while supercapacitor can charge and discharge very fast because of this electrostatic charge storage. But the problem with supercapacitor is that they have low energy density. They cannot power a device for a long time. So here I have shown a Raguni plot, which shows the specific power and energy of various devices. So ideally, we need an energy storage device which have high stability and high power density and energy density. So if we talk about the supercapacitor, there are various charge storage mechanisms. Here I have shown EDLC, pseudocapacitor, and hybrid, which include the charge storage electrostatically, and in some cases for pseudo and asymmetric, the Faraday charge storage is also involved along with the EDLC. So micro supercapacitor, it is a miniaturized supercapacitor, miniaturized form, which can be used for variable or portable devices. So due to its compatibility and small size. Here are various fabrication techniques. We can follow these steps for the fabrication of a micro supercapacitor. Now coming to the material. Because the charge storage is inside the material, so the selection of material is very important for the device. So we need a material which can give us high performance or high conductivity, high surface area, the parameters which are desirable. And graphene is one of the promising material. But graphene is not the only 2D material. There are also other 2D materials with high electrochemical performance and conductivity. So different 2D materials have different promising properties, which can sometimes be combined to obtain the synergistic effect. Our work is focused on compounds of transition metal compounds, which include MXenes, transition metal dichalcogenides, transition metal oxides. So for MXenes, they are a new family of two-dimensional materials which are obtained from its parent phase called MAX. From this parent phase MAX, we can do a selective etching to remove the A component. So we can obtain MXene, where M stands for transition metal. Transition metals, for example, titanium, tungsten, neodymium, etc. And X represents the carbon and nitrogen. So here we have X layer sandwiched between the M layers, and these are highly conductive, lightweight, flexible, and in many cases resistant to oxidation. So these properties make them promising as they provide efficient electron transport, and large active sites are available for fast surface redox reaction and the interpolation of ions. Here are various researches which have been reported. They have employed MXenes, nanosheets, and they have employed various techniques to develop micro supercapacitors, and they found promising results. Now coming towards the transition metal dichalcogenides. So they are also 2D layered organic materials with a generalized chemical notation MX2. Here M represent the transition metals, and X are the chalcogen atoms. They possess attractive physiochemical properties such as high surface area because they are layered structures, so they can provide us high surface area and high electrochemical activity because they provide us large active sites which for the interaction between electrodes and electrolytes. So for energy storage, the reduced dimension thin TMDs offer maximum contact between the electrodes and the electrolyte, which increase the Faraday and non-Faraday interactions. Also, layered structure provides enhanced spaces for the ion interpolation. So in TMDs, we have chosen vanadium sulfide. So we demonstrate the applications of this emerging material VS2, which presents a hexagonal structure with two V layers sandwiched between, with one V layer sandwiched between two S layers. So this structure provides different pathways for abundant metal ion storage. They provide us low diffusion barrier, so ultimately they help the fast reaction kinetics. This is the fabrication process. So for our micro supercapacitor, and then I have shown various techniques to see the morphology and structures of our device, and we found that our material was layered. So I have performed SEM, EDS, XRD, Raman, and TEM, and then TGA, XPS. Also for electrochemical performance, then we have checked the electrochemical performance, where we have compared our device with carbon and found that our device gives us superior performance. We also have compared our results with previously reported. So from here, we have used charge discharge and CV, which shows us that our device worked in a large potential window of 1.2 with just a small IR drop. So which shows that our device was highly conductive. And also we have compared our device with various previously reported similar devices, and we found superior results with power density of 86, and our device gives us an almost 98% cycling. The initial capacitance was retained even after 10,000 charge cycles. So we conclude that the two-dimensional transition metal compounds are promising for energy storage. They provide us high surface area, increased active sites, and high electrical conductivity and stability. So for future perspective, sometimes these transition metal compounds suffer from self-aggregation. So we can use different techniques to overcome these problems by making some composite or some architectural. Yes. So these are the references which I have used.
Jazakallah there, Bakasab, for that really enlightening talk. And I already have a lot of questions, but I have to be patient. So we move on quickly and swiftly to our next speaker, who is our keynote speaker for this session. And we'll close the session with her talk. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome Professor Maria Ahmed, who is an assistant professor at UPEI. She acquired a PhD from University of Alberta in Canada in chemical engineering. She's worked as a postdoctoral fellow in Department of Chemical Engineering at the California Institute of Technology, commonly known as Caltech, of course, and at the University of Toronto, where she was introduced to the field of peptide synthesis and peptide drug conjugates. Her current research focuses on synthesis of peptide polymer hybrids, peptide nanoparticles, and the study of their in vitro and in vivo drug delivery efficacies. So it gives me great pleasure once again to welcome Professor Maria to come and give a talk on her talk titled Multifunctional Stimuli, Responsive Biomaterials. Can I just check if she is here? Maria Saiba, are you here?
Assalamu alaikum. I thought this was Dr. Shazia's turn. That's why I was quiet.
Okay, 1 second. I've been given the wrong schedule, maybe. Okay, no, that's my error. You're right. Let me, my apologies. That was an error on my part. Let me introduce then Dr. Shazia Manan, who completed a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology from Quaid-e-Azam University in Islamabad. And her talk will be on antigenetic differences between fuel isolates and vaccine strain of chicken infectious bursal disease viruses. So can I pass over to Shazia Manan? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Are you able to share your presentation?
Yeah, I'm sharing it. So can you see it?
It's just loading. Give me a second. Yeah, I can see it. Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, Jazakallah, your 10 minutes will start as soon as you begin.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In Surah Baqarah, verse 27, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Allah disdains not to give an illustration as small as a gnat or even smaller. Those who believe know that it is the truth from their Lord, while those who disbelieve say, what does Allah mean by such an illustration? I hope now everyone knows what Allah means by such an illustration, as we have all seen that such a very tiny particle, such as the virus, can change our life and can affect us all very badly. So talking about viruses, I will present my work on the infectious bursal disease virus. The title of my work is Antigenic Differences Between Field Isolates and Vaccine Strain of Chicken Infectious Bursal Disease Virus. So the problem statement was that the infectious bursal disease is an infectious viral disease of chicken inducing severe immunosuppression. The flocks are vaccinated with D78 vaccine, but despite vaccination, the chickens get the disease. Thus, it was decided to compare the vaccine virus proteins and the field virus proteins. So immunosuppression caused by infectious bursal disease, it is mainly due to direct lytic effect of the IBD virus on the B cells and the precursors. This results in low immune responses against various immunizing agents. So IBD virus also affect lymphoid cells and macrophages in the intestine, and these cells transport the virus to the bursa fabricius, where extensive replication occurs. So IBD virus induced immunosuppression increases the incidence of disease that is caused by the opportunistic pathogens. And in this way, the chickens, the flocks, they get diseased and sick. The etiology of infectious bursal disease, it's a virus that belongs to the family Bernaviridae. It is a non-enveloped icosahedrally shaped with a diameter between 55 to 65 nanometer. Here you can see the electron micrograph of the IBD virus. So the IBD virus has two double-stranded RNA, double-stranded RNA A and RNA B, as you can see in the picture. It is composed of 5 major proteins. VP1 is the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase protein, and VP2 forms the antigenic region that is responsible for induction of neutralization. VP3 is a group-specific protein, and VP4 is a non-structured polypeptide that's involved in auto-processing of the polyprotein. VP5 has a regulatory function and plays a key role in virus release and dissemination. So the method I used was, first of all, I got the source of inoculum. For isolation of IBD virus, 25 samples of bursa and 25 spleen samples from chicken were collected from different areas of Pakistan. And from each bird, the bursa as well as spleen both were taken. Then the inoculum was prepared. Infectious bursa and the spleen were chopped in sterile GKN. Then the homogenate was frozen and thawed to release the viruses from the cell. The homogenate was then centrifuged and the supernatant was collected and pellet was discarded. Finally, the supernatant was filtered and the filtrate was stored. Then the above filtrate was purified on sucrose gradient by ultracentrifugation, and the virus span was collected using syringe. The collected material was dialyzed and the dialyzed material was recovered and centrifuged. The pellet was suspended in sterile distilled water and was stored. After that, STS page analysis of infectious bursal disease virus proteins was conducted. The proteins of IBD vaccine D78 that was used in the field, and the field isolates of IBDV were analyzed on 3.5% stacking gel and 12.5% separating gel using the discontinuous STS page system. The purified virus sample was mixed with the sample buffer and was heated. The samples were loaded in the gel and were run at a constant voltage of 220 volt and current of 60 milliampere. Then the gel was stained with Comasi blue stain and was placed in the de-staining solution. So these were the results we obtained from STS page. Here you can see the protein profile. The V is the vaccine strain profile, and the other are group 1, group 2, and group 3. These were obtained from the field isolates of the virus. And M is the marker from which we can compare the size of the proteins. And the sizes are in kilodalton. After that, Western blot analysis of these proteins was conducted. IBD virus protein, which was separated by STS page, was transformed from the gel to the nitrocellulose membrane. And first of all, the non-specific sites were blocked with fish gelatin solution. Then the membrane was placed in the specific antibodies in the dilution of 1:20 that were raised against the vaccine D78. Then it was washed with twin 20 solution, and alkaline phosphatase labeled chicken IgG conjugate was used in the dilution of 1:500. And then the membrane was washed and placed in the substrate for alkaline phosphatase enzyme. Then the blot was developed at room temperature for 30 minutes, and the reaction was stopped with 20 millimole EDTA solution made in phosphate buffer saline. So here are the results of Western blot analysis. We can see that with the antibodies that were raised against the vaccine strain, they were able to bind with all the proteins of the vaccine. But in the case of the field isolates, in all the three groups, it was unable to attach with most of the protein, especially the 60 kilodalton protein. We can see it was missing in the blot. So from present study, it appears that 60 kD molecular weight protein that was present in the field isolates have important role in the virulence of the IBD virus. Since this protein was absent in vaccine strain, the flocks were not completely immunized against all the viral proteins, thus causing outbreak of the disease despite intensive vaccination programs that were followed in the country. So from the results of these studies, it is highly recommended to produce the vaccines by using the local strains of the virus, so that it may contain all the proteins that are present in that local strain, and we can get complete immunization. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah for that really inspiring and interesting talk on, and I will now finally introduce our next speaker and end the session with that, and that would be Professor Maria Ahmed. So just those that might have missed my introduction to her earlier, let me reintroduce her quickly. And so Professor Maria Ahmed is an assistant professor at UPI. She acquired her PhD from University of Alberta in Canada in chemical engineering. So if I can request Professor Maria to come on as our next speaker. I think Shazia Saiba, if you can stop sharing your screen.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm having some difficulties sharing my screen here.
I think they might need to make you co-host if they've done that.
Dr. Marisab, if you look at the bottom in the
Yeah, I am here, but it says that due to some issues, it's not going to this. I'm not able to upload the screen. It says this some kind of limitation somewhere. It says requires administrator password. I'm not sure why. Can I send my PowerPoint slide quickly? Is that possible?
yes, you can send.
Then I will have no control on.
Okay.
No, that's fine. So if one of us presents it, then it can be controlled. They can give you control. Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, I'm forwarding that to you right now. I'm just using that Holy Quran and Science email link.
Can you send to me Talim?
Yes, I'm going to. Yes, National Talim.
Yeah, Talim at India.ca.
Marisab, do you want to try to do it? Just try to share again, because I think they've just made you co-host, which might make it easier to share.
Let me try again.
While you're sending, just wonder if that was the issue.
Let me join. Maybe that would help.
Okay.
The restart always does the trick.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. It's my great pleasure to be here today to present some of the work that I'm doing at University of Prince Edward Island. The topic of my presentation today is multifunctional and stimuli responsive materials for health applications. So I'm going to start by first defining the topic of my research. That's multifunctional materials. So what are multifunctional materials? That's almost everything around us, anything that has more than one function. And if I look at the Holy Quran, there are a number of verses talking, for example, about honey and talking about different benefits of honey. Similarly, about cattle and showing how cattle can not only be used as a way of transport, but also for meat, and their skin can be used for clothes. This is one of the emerging research in science right now, where natural materials are being used as a template to develop synthetic materials or to develop new types of materials for human applications. And one of the poetry of Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wassalam, which best describe this, is क्या अजब तूने हर जर्रे में रखे हैं खवास कौन पढ़ सकता है सारा दफ्तर इन असरार का. So this is here I'm showing you many different types of materials which are under research right now and are being used to develop different types of synthetic materials using this as a template. And what's neat about these is their basic structure or basic starting materials are the same that all other human beings or all other species have. That's carbohydrates, proteins, and DNA. It's just the way they are arranged at nano and micro level that give them different properties or different functionalities. Coming to the second term of my topic, stimuli responsive materials. What are those? They are any materials which, if you provide a force, they produce a response. And the response is measurable according to the force that's provided. The force can be physical in nature, such as light, magnet, heat. It can be chemical in nature, salts, sugar, or it can be biological in nature, such as bacteria or other small molecules. A simple example is magnet can be used to drag metals from one place to another. And this is another highly appealing field of research that are being used to develop materials for biomedical applications, industrial applications, as well as for anti-fouling coatings in industries. If we look at the Holy Quran in God Almighty states, Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 22, verse 61, Translation, and remember the time when Moses prayed for water for his people, and we said, strike the rock with thy rod, and there gushed forth from it 12 springs. So again, if this verse has been explained in many different meanings, and the rod is one of the symbols of Moses that was given to him as a miracle. So in this case, if we take this rod as a stimulus, or in this case, it will be a mechanical stimulus or force, which was applied to a rock, there was a measured response that was 12 springs due to the 12 tribes that needed water, and each tribe had one spring for its use. Coming to my own research at University of Prince Edward Island, we are actively developing many different types of multifunctional and stimuli responsive materials that have many functions and can produce a measurable response for different health applications. There are different types of polymers and hydrogels we are working at, biocomposites for drug delivery, as well as peptides and for their antibacterial and drug resistance properties. Given the time, I would mainly focus today on vitamin B5 based polymers and hydrogels. So why vitamin B5 and why it's so interesting for us? Vitamin B5 is a small molecule present in us, mainly used for blood formation in human body. Interestingly, vitamin B5 is not only needed for human, it's also needed for bacteria. So as a result, if you look in 1970s, you will see different types of vitamin B5 based materials were developed for their antibacterial properties. And if you go on Drug Mart or any other pharmacy and pick up an antibacterial cream, you will find that vitamin B5 based materials are a major part of those creams. So we were interested to make other analogs of vitamin B5. And actually what we were interested is, if you look at vitamin B5, it's a small molecule. We wanted to make large molecules out of it. I'll come back to it in a minute, why these large molecules are better or can be better than small molecules. And to do that, I would like to present this verse from Holy Quran, which explains the concept of synergy or congregation. Of course, it's multiple times it has been explained in Holy Quran, the prayer that is performed in congregation is better than one person. But in this case, I have taken this verse from Surah Nur, chapter 24, to explain my concept of bigger molecules than the effect of bigger molecules on something than smaller molecules. And due to screen, I can't see the Arabic part, so I'm reading the translation here. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. See do not that Allah drives the clouds slowly, then joins them together, then piles them up, so that they do see rain issue forth from the midst thereof. So in this case, Allah drives the clouds slowly, then join them together. This synergy of cloud was important to bring that rain. That, in my opinion, this verse can be niche for polymer chemistry and nanomaterials, where we always talk about how effect of a small molecule can be enhanced or by multiple fold, or can be even improved or changed completely if the small molecules can be bring together in large aggregates. In this case, the first aggregate I'm talking about here is hydrogels or sponge-like structures of vitamin B5. And in the second case I'm talking about is the polymers of vitamin B5. And these polymers are just longer chains of vitamin B5 where this small molecule of vitamin B5 is put multiple times in a single chain. So the resulting molecules can have very exciting properties as compared to this small chain. Next, once we have made the materials, we wanted to look into their stimuli responsive properties. And the properties we were looking at were temperature. And what we found was we can develop efficient water harvesting system using sunlight. Another property we found was if we use temperature as a stimulus, we can use this as a protein folding technology. I don't think I will have time to go into protein folding technology, but I'm going to talk about radiative energy driven water harvesting system. My early research at University of Prince Edward Island showed that vitamin B5 based sponges that are hydrogels we have produced, they're extremely hygroscopic, that can hold 90% of water. But once we heat them a little bit, let's say at body temperature, we can release this water. The limitation here was the amount of water we could release compared to absorbed was very small, only 15%. So we decided to look into this further and we started modifying our system by different commercially available materials. And finally, we made another sponge which was much better. The sponge which not only could absorb the 90% of water, but could release up to 60% when we heat them. And our idea was if we dip this sponge in a dirty water, proteins will stay away, bacteria will stay away, only clean water will go in, we heat our gel and we harvest that water. And ideally, the energy should be solar energy and not the one coming from the ovens. So in this case, what I'm showing you in this table, I'm showing you our hydrogel or sponge is extremely energy efficient, requires very little energy. And it has the experimental values of the water absorption are very similar to theoretical values. And the water released during these hydrogels actually happens due to the changes in structure of hydrogels. To study the structure of hydrogels, we looked at the microscope images of those hydrogels. So you see at 23 degrees of room temperature, we have big pores in our hydrogels. So a lot of water can go in. When we heat it at 37 degrees, the pore gets smaller, more water releases. 50 degrees, even smaller, more water releases. At 60 degrees on this scale, you don't see any pore at all. It's pretty much like a microfiber cloth. So we heat the gel a little bit, the pore gets smaller, 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 and we harvest more and more water. And then we developed this using a sunlight mimicking lamp. We showed that if we shine the lamp on our hydrogel, we can release up to 3 grams per gram of water of hydrogel within 30 minutes. And we can do this again and again. And most of the water released is in liquid form since our temperatures are very low. So this is one system that we have developed using stimuli responsive biomaterials or stimuli responsive multifunctional biomaterials. And another type of material I'm going to talk about is salt responsive materials. So vitamin B5 based materials, instead of making sponges, if we make the polymers out of it, these polymers are very soluble in water. But as soon as we add salt in there, they crash out. So this gives us an idea of salt responsive system. And if we look at the Holy Quran, and I'm just going to say the translation here because I can't read the Arabic due to the screen. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And he it is who has caused the 2 seas to flow, this palatable and sweet, and that salt and bitter. And between them, he has placed a barrier and insurmountable partition. Surah Al-Furqan, chapter 25, verse 54. This verse tells us, first of all, there is a difference in taste between sweet and salty or sweet and seawater. And the second thing this verse tells us is that the 2 seas cannot cross each other. They flow on parallel, but they don't merge. And there are many different translations, and in some, in Khalifatul Masih, Rabi Rahimahullah Ta'ala's translation, I was reading that this has been attributed to 2 different religions as well. But if I take it as the verse is, I would say the difference that the seas cannot meet is the density. Salts make very strong hydrogen bond with water. As a result, the density of salty water is much higher than the density of the regular water. And this is exactly what we have employed in our research, where polymers are well soluble in water. When we add salt, because salt has such a strong interaction with water, there is a competition between our polymer chains and salt for water molecules. And salt win, as a result, our polymers crash out, hence producing a salt responsive system in a brine water, in a salty water. And we showed that the effect is independent of the polymer size. All sizes of polymers give us the same response. And this is something that research attributes as a Hofmeister series, that is, larger the size of the salt, stronger the response will be. Larger the salt size is, the earlier the polymer will crash out due to the strong competition between the salt and the water molecule. And this competition not only holds true for salt, we also found this in bacteria. What you're seeing here is the first cuvette has bacteria added in water. When we add salt, there is a competition between bacteria. Sorry, when we add polymer, there is a competition between bacteria and the polymer for the water. And our polymer has a strong interaction. As a result, it repels the bacteria away. And you see this white precipitate at the bottom. These are all the bacteria that have been repelled away after adding our polymer, hence giving us a chance to develop anti-fouling systems for many different applications, marine technology, and so on. So in conclusion, today we have looked at two different types of vitamin B5 derived materials. The first one are temperature responsive, where we have used radiative energy to develop water recycling materials, which also have some protein folding applications, and also a salt responsive system that has strong interactions due to the strong interactions of water molecules with our polymers and anti-fouling properties. Once again, thank you very much for giving me this chance to speak here today. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah for that really fascinating and also inspirational talk, where you're able to so nicely combine the research that you're doing and motivated and guided by your understanding of the Quran as well. It's really, really, truly inspiring. Jazakallah for that. So I believe the next part is a Q&A with all our speakers. So unfortunately, that's also timed, so we have limited time with them. If I can request all the speakers to just, just unmute, so it's a bit more natural in our conversations, and there's no pauses in that. And of course, I invite the speakers to also, of course, ask questions to each other if they so will. So if we can stop sharing the screens and, okay, excellent. Okay, so the first question, I guess, since we've just, Professor Murray, you've just finished, I have a few questions as well myself. So I was quite intrigued by, you're talking about creating larger and larger macromolecules. And so I'm a physicist in background, so I don't really understand this, but I wondered if there was some sort of stability issues you're reaching as you increase these macromolecules and you try to have them do multiple functions, essentially.
Yes, so that's a really good question. That depends on the solubility. That depends on the applications and solubility. In our case, they're extremely hygroscopic molecules. So we can go to any chain length we want. Up to now, we have been able to develop 16,000 Dalton sizes of our polymers, which are very controlled polydispersity, with about polydispersity of about 1.1 to 1.2. And unique architecture. So far, the issue is not really the solubility for us or how big we can go in size, but more what applications are they for. Especially for biomedical applications, we don't want to go too large, because then the issue is not how big they are or how soluble they are. Issue is, can they be removed from the body because of the limits of the body fenestration membranes and all that.
Okay. And so then the other thing is that, and also you make this beautiful reference into the Quran about stimuli, and that this multifunctionalism that exists, of materials, and also what the Quran is talking about. And just thinking that if you have a material that is carrying out sort of multifunctions, is there a danger, and often occurs, where there's a conflict between this stimuli, multi-stimuli, and so interference essentially between that, so that one function doesn't happen because of the other? Or are they completely orthogonal in their application?
Yes, that's an excellent question. Actually, this is really what we are researching on. How do we make this unique So far in our experience, our salt responsiveness of polymers doesn't work with hydrogels.
It doesn't work with, sorry?
With hydrogels, the sponges. The two functions are completely separate. Salt responsiveness works really well when we are doing the polymer work, and temperature responsiveness works really well when we are doing the hydrogel work. And the reason behind that is, again, going back to our multifunctional things that we talked earlier, where although the basic unit is the same, the way they are arranged are different. And that three-dimensional structural arrangement as a result gives different properties and different stimuli responsiveness.
Understand. Okay, that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, if there's a time, could I ask a question, please?
Yes, please.
Dr. Midnight from Edmonton. I'm a plant scientist, Maria. Just want to know, is there an application of your research on growing plants? If we could have a much better water holding capacity in a growing media in a desert situation, could your research be helpful in plant growth as well?
This is for Professor Maria, I believe. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed it. I did not understand the question.
The question is that you referred to the water holding and the pores and the temperature.
Yes.
Can we enhance plant growth by using these pantothenic acid, that type of molecules as well?
Definitely. My answer would be yes, if we are talking about conceptually. In real life, my question is the expense, because most of these technologies are for biomedical purposes, and they really have that window of expense, whereas for plant and agriculture, it's usually pretty low. So if I'm talking about real life application, that may be a limitation there.
Okay, thank you.
We have one question also from the YouTube channel, I believe, for Zishan Sahib. Are you here, Zishan Sahib? And the question is, climate change is humanly seen to be a consequence of anthropogenic activities. These activities have put the earth under pressure. For example, it has altered our environmental condition. I would be glad if we can explain the predictions in the Holy Quran, how it affects other arid regions as well.
Yes, the question is quite relevant to the presentation, although I have made it in Canadian perspective. So, in short, I would request, so I would respond to this question in a manner that the greenhouse gas emissions are done undistributedly around the world. Means USA, China, and other big powers are producing the highest amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. But the impact of those concentrations on the atmospheric and environmental systems are more or less not distributed according to the emission scenarios. Means if US is making more greenhouse gas emissions, its impact may be more on the arid world as compared to the Canada and US, because these gases do not remain stationary, rather they move and circulate around the earth. So in simple, the answer to your question is that you will have to bear the brunt of whatever is being done by others. The arid regions are more prone and more susceptible because they are already arid. If the temperature goes up there, if temperature goes up in Canada, it might not be detrimental, rather it might be beneficial for Canada in a few aspects. But if temperature goes up in Nigeria or in other arid parts of the world, it may have detrimental effects on the agriculture, as the photosynthesis rate drastically goes down as the temperature goes up. And similarly, the evapotranspiration, the water which evapotranspires from the land surface to the atmosphere, would also put the existing water resources under pressure in the arid world. So But Allah knows that he also has to keep the balance, that he does not, he is quite just. He cannot unevenly punish somebody for not doing what the others are doing. So that's my personal belief is, and Allah knows better that how these impacts will be distributed around the world.
So in essence, you're saying that because Allah is just, that to some extent it's the richer countries that have caused a lot of these problems with their consumption of resources and the result of climate change, that there would be provision within the laws of nature somehow that might come into play in providing an advantage for those who might currently look like that they're suffering. Is that?
Sorry, I cannot understand, but what I understood is that the colder parts of the world are less likely to be affected by the temperature rise or warming as compared to the arid and the hotter parts, because the warming of the colder regions is thought to be beneficial by some people, as it would moderate the winters and may improve the living conditions here. But in the hotter parts of the world, which are already hot, and as the temperature would go up there, it may have very detrimental effects on their agriculture and water balance.
Jazakallah. I actually have lots and lots of questions, but I have a feeling that I'm going to be cut off soon because I can't hog the mic. We have the next session to get onto, and so I request Azafar Nadeem Saab to take over again to introduce our next chair, and Jazakallah once again to all the speakers in the session. I am truly mesmerized by the work that everyone's been doing, and may Allah bless you all. Jazakallah.
Jazakumullah ta'ala asar al-jaza, Dr. Mudassir Rashid Saib. Thank you very much and I'm really convinced of your skills, the way you have handled the session. Jazakumullah ta'ala asar al-jaza. Let me proceed with the next session. Is starting at 12:30, which is already something like 5 minutes from now. And let me introduce the next chair of the session, who is Dr. Sohail Zakiuddin Hussain. And while introducing him, Dr. Sohail Zakiuddin Hussain is a pediatric gastroenterology physician scientist whose overreaching research goal is to come up with targeted therapies for exocrine pancreatic disorders, particularly pancreatitis. He served as professor of pediatric and chief of the division of pediatric gastroenterology at Stanford University. Prior to Stanford, he was at the University of Pittsburgh for 8 years, and before that, he was at Yale for 10 years. He is also serving as chairman of Ahmadiyya Muslim Scientists Association of USA Jamaat. I welcome Dr. Sohail Hussain. Please take over the session. Is Dr. Sohail Hussain online?
I don't think Dr. Sohail Saab has joined. So I think you can introduce the first speaker, and we will see if by the time he joins, then we will ask him to take over. But in the meantime, if Zafar Nadeem Saab, you can continue to introduce Dr. Mahmood Mirza Sahib, the first speaker of the session.
Okay, just give me a second here. Okay, I would invite the first speaker of this session, Dr. Mahmood Mirza, and let me give a short introduction. Dr. Mahmood Mirza currently works as a clinical development manager in Kerinvers, a stroke device company, part of the Johnson & Johnson group of companies. Dr. Mahmood graduated as a biomedical engineer from the University of Toronto in 2006, worked in the medical device industry, and then completed medical school in Ireland from University of Limerick in 2015. Since then, Dr. Mahmood has been part of the team called Thromboembolic Initiate. And I request Dr. Mahmood Mirza to please come over and take over the mic. Dr. Mahmood Mirza.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the introduction. Let me begin to share my screen. Can you tell me if you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Jazakallah. So thanks again for the introduction, and to thank you also, Professor Hamid Mirza Sahib, for your kind invitation to speak at this conference from all the way from Galway, Ireland. I'd like to give a flavor of the kinds of research that's done to develop devices, in particular thrombectomy devices to treat stroke. As already mentioned, I'm an engineer and a medic, but I don't practice, and currently work for a company called Sera Novus, which is part of the Johnson & Johnson group of companies, but within the research department called NTI, or Neurothromboembolic Initiative, with a mandate to simulate neurovascular diseases, to identify problems, and inform device design. We're a young lab. We were created in 2013 with a fairly good track record for publications, and I must acknowledge the full NTI team for the work being presented here. The primary advantage of in vitro simulations is really the ability to set up experiments which can be visualized directly, not hiding behind X-rays, and with repeatable setups and precise control. It allows for a high number of experiments that can give significant insights. Here's a video to show an example of an in vitro vascular model of the brain with realistic setups, and in particular, realistic clots made from real blood to simulate a stroke. This is the type of visualization we can see. Stroke is a terrible disease affecting huge amounts of people. The WHO estimates that due to stroke, roughly 1/3 of people will die within the first 3 months, 1/3 of people are permanently disabled, and 1/3 may live near normal life afterwards. Typically, stroke is divided into two main types, ischemic or hemorrhagic. Ischemic is basically something like a clot that blocks the blood flow to the brain and deprives it of oxygen. And hemorrhagic is when a blood vessel ruptures. In the Western world, ischemic stroke is the most common. This shows some scribbles of vessels inside a brain. Ischemic stroke can happen at the small vessels, creating sometimes multiple but small infarcts, or in large vessels, which create big infarcts. These large vessel occlusions can be as high as 46% of all ischemic strokes. And the clinical outcome of stroke is generally measured by a very crude scale, from 0 being normal to 6 being dead. And anything above 2 is considered to be a bad outcome. And we have seen a huge difference between those that suffer from large vessel occlusions having really, really bad outcome compared to those that don't. So when a patient arrives who suffers from stroke and is found to be ischemic, usually they are immediately given clot-busting drugs, which is the first choice of treatment. And if it's found that this is a large vessel occlusion, it's treated through an endovascular procedure called mechanical thrombectomy, where a device goes from the groin to the brain vessel and removes the clot. This, by the way, is a brand new way to treat. Only came into existence after trials showed their benefit in 2015. It's been highly successful with a number needed to treat of 2.5. The Holy Quran advises us that we generally are responsible for our own maladies, and Allah provides the cures. I show here just a couple of examples that I found with a few verses that list some foods, and surprisingly, I was able to find evidence of each of these that have been found to make your arteries healthier. Let me just quickly show you some of these examples. Greens, for example, greeny leafy vegetables, grains, date palms, grapes. By the way, these are whole grapes, and we've seen in recent literature that extract grapes, which is basically alcohol, is really actually very bad for you. Olive, pomegranate, fruits of all kinds, corn, and again, similarly, a high fructose corn syrup or extracts of corn is also really bad for you, and bees. But really, as expressed in this verse and other verses and in this famous hadith, what I'd like to talk about is some of the research that digs into the problem to understand it and not just assume how to treat it. It takes significant effort to create a device by understanding the problem. Our lab particularly focuses on the simulation part. Here we see some clots from all different parts of the body that may dislodge and eventually go to the brain and cause a stroke. The challenge is to create clot analogs that are similar to these clots. This is fairly recent work that analyzes clots using histology. And here you see there are significant variations in these clots that range from those that are as high as 80% red cells to those that may have almost none. And using these factors, we were able to create clots made in the lab that were quite realistic. Of course, they're made in vitro, but they have the advantage of being reproducible and similar to human composition. In recreating these clots, we can really see it's clear how big the variation of these clots is. And as an engineer, the obvious question is, well, how different could they possibly be? So here I want to show you a couple of examples of clots with high red cell content retrieved by normal ways, actually, that physicians are using these days. And you can see that, that sometimes these clots can fragment, something you don't want to happen inside your brain. Here's another example of clots that are on the opposite side of the spectrum, and technologies that are designed to remove them can't really budge these clots, and they refuse to come out. So here at the NTI lab, in order to design solutions, we really need to get to the bottom of this. And here's some examples of our published works in understanding the properties of these clots. I'd like to show you just one of these examples that may explain why it's so difficult to remove some of them. Looking at the clots on this side of the spectrum, excuse me, we already know that they fail to remove. But in a typical vessel, these clots experience multiple forces, and friction is an important force that needs to be understood as it relates directly to how much force is required to remove them. So in order to understand this, we created a very simple but crude setup that would allow us to elucidate the coefficient of friction of these clots, and we validated them with real arteries. Here's a fun video that shows this, this incredible clot race, I like to call it. So here you see a tilt table test with two types of clots. And incredibly, you see one clot that's sliding down very quickly, easily, and the other clot is super stubborn, almost sticking to this plate that's designed to actually be frictionless. And what we generally find is that clots indeed with a low red cell content or a high fibrin content have a significantly higher coefficient of friction, almost 2 to 3 times higher. So it's great to be able to tell this difference, but another big question currently in the field is, can you even tell the clot in advance of the treatment? And this still remains unknown, but we have done some research in this area as well. Here is an example of a dual CT scanner that's used to try to identify these clots ahead of time. And it has shown the potential to be able to determine these clots. Here's another example of a recent work I was involved in to look at MR to identify these clots before they need to be extracted. Again, they seem to be able to quantify somewhat and have the potential to be used in clinical practice to identify the clot before it's removed. And this really has helped us to understand in an in vitro environment what kind of solutions are good and what kind are not good. And this type of research has been super valuable in creating devices like this that eventually can remove the full clot. So in conclusion, for sure, we see that different clots present different challenges, and a greater understanding can really lead to better solutions. But in respect to in vitro modeling can really be a valuable tool, but its output is only as good as the input. And as we can see, the main enemy of stroke is the clot, and the clot is actually a very, very key input here. So there's so much left to learn, and we know we're only scratching the surface here, but I hope I give you a small flavor as to how research that is done in vitro, in labs, to design devices can actually help to create the devices needed to be able to remove or to be able to solve current problems. Thank you for your time.
I will introduce now next speaker while we are waiting for Dr. Suhail Saib to join us. Next speaker is Dr. Altaf Kadir Saib. He is a member of ESERA, that is European Science Education Research Association. He has served as the adjunct professor and site coordinator at the York University. He is also a researcher with YCAR at York. He has also studied educational goals, citizens through the professional education program of the Harvard Graduate School of Education. He is also a corresponding fellow with the Roberts Center of Canadian Studies at York. So with this, I welcome Dr. Altaf Kadir Saib to give his presentation, please. Altaf Kadir Saib, are you still? Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Combining the research visions of various fields to reach new paradigms with insights from the Holy Quran. Allah says in the Holy Quran, say, He it is who brought you into being and made for you ears and eyes and hearts, but little thanks do you give. 67:24. In Tafsir Kabir, Volume 6, Surat Al-Furqan, page 553, Hazrat Muslim Maud Raziyallahu anhu has explained
Waqaf Chima Sahab, you're on. You please mute yourself. Saad Sahab is not able to speak because of you.
Restart? Should I restart?
Right.
Combining various fields to understand Holy Quran and to apply it in various sciences. Allah says in the Holy Quran, He it is who brought you into being and made for you ears and eyes and hearts, but little thanks do you give. 67:24. In Tafsir Kabir, Hazrat Muslim Maud Raziyallahu anhu has explained the changing nature of our brains The reference is given here, and how new cells are formed according to the need. And that was many years back. And in relation to working of our brain on various stages of progress, there is a possibility to meet the new stages. Professor Jack has recently received Nobel Prize in 2017, and this is his famous quote: "We are physicists, we work in biology, and we get Nobel Prize in chemistry because we see atoms, and with the help of those people, and when we see atoms, we do chemistry, and chemistry is a very powerful science." Dr. Abdus Salam wrote in 1960, "The history of science is the history of searching for unifying concepts." With this in mind, when we compare, we can see one idea in one science goes to the other field and how it is applied, sometimes similar way or differently, and what new fruits come as a result of that, and what are the new strands of research that comes as a result of that. So this is a very intriguing way of dealing with various concepts. If we look at quantum entanglement, brain and mind, intriguing ideas where they come from in our mind, and the balance of various things in universe from very small to very large scale. This is something very interesting that can open doors for research in many fields. So research application from interdisciplinary perspective is also opening door for a new field, computational thinking in science. The two words, quantum and cognition, if you research, these two words came with very powerful information within them that was quickly spread into various fields. And you will see the related words to quantum and cognition are many in the last 100 years that you will see the research is expanding in these areas. So recently, a book which is published, the reference is given here by Daniel Siegel, in which they have discussed that there are three very intriguing things that we see: unpredictable movement of atoms, and they did not use the word randomness, the universe which is fine-tuned, and our mind is able to live here in this world, and our consciousness. So in order to understand these concepts, if we go to Tafsir-e-Kabir, chapter 13, we will find that we can understand some details of this. Hazrat Muslim Maud Raziyallahu Anhu has given the analogy that scientists are now able to find the plants which have pairs, and the pollination related to this, animals with male and female, and even in atoms there are pairs. But there is another information for this to understand how human brain has another link to revelation, and that makes a fascinating link which many theorists and scientists are not thinking currently. If they think from this perspective, science will be able to reach many new horizons and new research will be possible. Psychology has opened doors for religion recently. If you look at this work of Harvard Medical School, they are combining religion, spirituality with psychological counseling. What an interesting concept. And they have done survey, and 80% of patients are finding it very helpful to deal with the stress and to deal with other problems they might have. And for this purpose, a field, multicultural counseling and therapy, MCT, is gaining momentum. The reference is given here, and if you are interested, you can see the rubric in which a comparison is made for various fields. And Hazrat Muslim Maud Raziyallahu Anhu has given a remarkable way that how ilmul nafs and the psychology has links to Holy Quran and Holy Prophet in the beginning of ilmul nafs. And that makes everything more relevant to Holy Quran and opens new doors of research for us. Hazrat Muslim Maud has also given links about heart and brain, and this quotation is very powerful if someone is interested that how Hazur has linked these two things to the breathing, tanaffus. Now in science, there's an issue right now with understanding. There's an issue with trust in science, how one concept begins and it goes to other places and changes. And also how scientists perceive the same concept, how it is conveyed in the textbooks, how it is conveyed in media, how it is conveyed in daily conversations. And there could be some differences. So for example, E is equal to mc square, and one explanation everyone knows is mass is equivalent to energy. But one explanation that they are trying to give, modern physics by Mendel Sachs, the reference is here, and this is we are trying to give more detail of this, that how it should be more understandable. For example, instead of saying that mass is equivalent to energy, is what we are saying is that the inertia of matter is a measure of the capability of this matter to do work, its intrinsic energy. The same way, in school textbooks, if we compare the concept of energy, force, work, and power, energy transformation, energy transportation, is sometimes not clarified. And this is how some misconceptions remain. And the pictorial explanation of the atoms is not very clear, and it is changing with time, and that is not being presented to students. So one of the reasons that I'm trying to elaborate a new field, we all know about citizen science, it's there for about 30 years now, and I'm trying to introduce the field of citizen education science, in which everyone has some form of data about learning, and they can share their ideas and build education in a more interactive way. Holy Quran gives examples, analogies, metaphors, text sequencing, very important thing for scientists to understand the text sequencing in the Holy Quran. And there are other things which are shown on the screen, which you can see. The sequencing is very important, and it gives us some sort of algebraic thinking, finding the unknown with the help of the known. For example, Hazrat Muslim Maud Radhiyallahu Anhu has explained that when we are trying to find something unknown from the unknown, why Holy Quran has given examples in different places. And there is also guidance about systems, physical system and spiritual system. So there are different sciences that are explained under this heading. The reference is given, which can help our various scientists to think about their field with system analogies and symmetries. Research on linguistics is also explained in the Holy Quran. And recently something very interesting happened, that if you are doing research about sociolinguistics, how language variation comes when you go from equator to poles, that variation is interesting, and this is how languages are changed. This is published in 1998, reference is given on the screen. But this is also more interesting if you go on page 131 in Minanur Rahman. Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salam has already discussed this. So you will also find that Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salam has given reasons about the stars and their links to languages, which is also something that is not explored yet. And there are some unknown reasons which are also left open. Details can be seen in Minanur Rahman. For example, if you see the Holy Quran, you will see the text is not based on our human text writing that we normally do. It is based on human emotions. And that is the reason that Hazrat Muslim Maud has explained this. And this page 521, volume 7, gives that Allah Ta'ala has looked at the feelings of believers when they will be reading the Holy Quran. And this is why the ayat itself and the Holy Quran itself has a special sequence. For example, if you look at this ayat, you will see that what are some of the sequences given, verses 31 to 36, chapter 21. Now, behind those ayat, there is also a pattern or a sequence or a construct of meaning that runs like this, which is shown on the screen. The deep meaning of frames which are given. And for example, human desires and beginning the end of life, that is discussed there. Examples of parables set forth, a reason given, ponder upon it. And these are the examples which are given in these verses. If someone is interested, they can also see it.
Tasha, your time is up, so kindly wrap up in next 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay. And this is a new research which is being conducted, and I am trying to explain this theoretical creativity and experimental creativity in the field of science education. And this is also published in some research journals, and this can be discussed later. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. before I introduce our next speaker, I am requesting actually Dr. Ziasha Sahib, who is our speaker from USA, the keynote speaker, to take over the session because I think there's some technical issue with Dr. Suhail Sahib. He has not been able to join with us so far. So in the meantime, I'm requesting Dr. Ziasha Sahib to preside this session. I will introduce the next speaker and then Dr. Sahib will carry on. The next speaker is Mudassir Rashid Sahib. I have already introduced him in the earlier session. So in order to save time, I'll request Mudassir Sahib to kindly present your research. His research topic is in search for a novel wave function ontology. So Dr. Mudassir Rashid Sahib.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Most respected brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It is, as I say again, an honor to be here and a great privilege to present what is a collaborative work between a team in various parts. And I'm deeply thankful to Fazl Malik Sahib, Zishan Ahmed Sahib, and Naveedul Fatah Dogra Sahiba for their work. And ultimately, I cannot take credit for much of this, but I do have the honor of presenting this work. So without further ado, let me continue. So what is the motivation that we're interested in? Now, quantum mechanics is one of the most successful theories known to man, yet the stark counterintuitive realities it enforces upon us has been a thorn in the backside of physicists since its inception over 100 years ago. And there are, as a consequence, numerous interpretations of quantum mechanics. But to understand that, we have to understand, say, the quantum object, say something like an atom. Associated with it is this quantity called the wave function. And the wave function ultimately carries the complete knowledge of the state of the system, or the state of the atom, or the ensemble of atoms. But fundamentally, the question then occurs is whether the wave function is real, or is it an abstract mathematical construction adopted for convenience? And really, this is within the foundations of quantum mechanics. It is known as the question of wave function ontology. And this is what we're really interested in, what began the journey that I'm about to present very quickly. I guess another way to look at this is to imagine two particles. Now, when you carry out the measurement on one particle or the other, what happens is when you carry out the measurement on one particle, you affect the other. They are intricately linked. And quantum mechanics tells us that they're not just linked. They are a completely new entity that you cannot describe, say, particle A on the left and particle B on the right as separate entities. They are inseparable from each other. And so then the question occurs again, what is this wave function? And of course, the problem does exist, and it's not easy to solve. It's been around for more than 100 years. And so we can continue doing what the current scientific thinking is to carry on. But let's take motivation from Paul Fairbairn. Now, Paul Fairbairn says that, that the first step in our criticism of customary concepts and customary reactions is to step outside the circle, to import such a system from outside the science, from, say, religion or method. I've misspelled that. It's religion, or ultimately outside of mythology and so on, that allows us to think outside the box, essentially. And of course, for us as Ahmadi Muslims, we turn to the Holy Quran as guidance and see if it presents a reality. Of course it does, and try to derive a reality that might shed light on this problem. I don't have the answer to this. This is a work in progress, but I want to show the journey we're up to. So let me start with the first question: why create? Why does Allah create? So in the Holy Quran, Allah says, wait one second, Allah says, I have not created the jinn and the men, but that they may worship me. So, and in Hadith Qudsi, Allah says, I was a hidden treasure and I wanted to be known, so I created. All right. What does that tell us about creation? Creation is a reflection of Allah's attributes. And so then the next question is, okay, well, what is the principle upon which creation is created, comes about? He is the originator of the heavens and the earth. When he decrees a thing, he does only say to it, be, and it is. This verse highlights to us, of course, the concept of cause and effect, but it also highlights a very important point, that Allah is creating something out of nothing. There was nothing there, and he's creating it out of nothing. Badi. And the command, and then after that, there's a process in which how this happens. There's the command, and then the initiation of the creation process, which is kun fayakun. And then this leads to different stages of creation. And there are three. One is irada, which is the intention to, or the formulation of an idea to create. Then there's amr, which is what Allah creates, the fundamental building blocks. And you can think of this as the ingredients to a cake. You know, a cake has, you might need some sugar, some flour, some chocolate, if you like chocolate cake. And those are fundamental ingredients that combine together to create a cake, but they can combine together to create other things as well. And so in this analogy, ultimately khalq is the cake and amr are the ingredients to that create the cake. So now we know the stages, these three stages of creation from the Quran. Then after creation, what happens? Well, Allah is Al-Qayyum. He is literally the sustainer of existence. Without it, without his direct input, consistent input, existence cannot be. Without his guidance and sustenance, existence cannot be. But it's not just that. It's the fact that creation is never complete. And so it's always developing in stages. But for that impetus, that momentum of creation, of development, requires constant input and guidance and energy and focus and Allah's nur ultimately. And I've given the answer to my next point that I was going to get to, which is how is creation sustained? Allahu nur samawati wal ard. Nur, Allah is the nur, is the light of the heavens and the earth. Nur is a manifestation of the power of God and is influence in the universe. And we can understand a lot about nur from Ayatun Nur. I mean, there are 6 months worth of sermons. There are hundreds and hundreds of pages of writing by Masih Maud al-Islam on this, on telling us what nur is, because it's such a critical attribute of Allah. Nur gives existence to a thing. When Allah shines his nur upon non-existence, it becomes existence. Nur is continuously required for a thing to be not just in existence, but to be sustained. And nur, within nur, there is a spectrum of attributes of Allah. Now, let me move towards giving you this picture of ontology and what we understand from all this. Some of it will seem a bit weird, so just bear with me. So imagine now you have, this layers of reality where Allah's throne is somewhere over here in the far, infinitely far, but infinitely close, and his nur emanates through all realities. And our space-time, our existence plays out on the space-time somewhere here. And then you have the angelic plane. Now we know that Allah says in the Quran, the angels have said that, you know, they are the intermediaries between Allah and reality itself, and that they are messengers and also recorders. And from Ayatun Nur, we understand that there is actually there's an oil-like fuel that exists, that Allah that absorbs the nur of Allah and then emits it into our world, into using this niche and lamp and fuel analogy in the Ayatun Nur. What you have is these are entities playing their lives out on space-time. They are intricately linked And they only come about because Allah's nur is directed towards certain points and by the angels. And within the nur are the properties that will define the existence of a thing. And connected to this nur, to this is that, of course, a single entity may be connected to multiple angels because each angel is ultimately monitoring a certain property in the universe. But each angel may also be connected to multiple entities the other way around. So this is a very complicated network of connections. And this is the extent to which we get. I would not go any further in connecting this to any theory, any idea related to what I presented earlier, but just the motivation. This is how far we've come to understand from simply gathering information from Masih Maud al-Islam and Khalifa Rabi's illuminating sermons. So the future goal of this research is to continue looking into the attribute of An-Nur, translating some of the sermons of Khalifa Rabi rahmatullah alayh, and also the Promised Messiah alayhi salam, and then incorporating that with our understanding that we've also been looking into Wahdat al-Wujud and Wahdat al-Shuhud, which is the separation of creation and creator itself and how they're interconnected, and ultimately help us derive a new kind of ontology based on Islamic metaphysics. And inshallah, this will allow us to then maybe not come up with a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, but perhaps allow us to shed a deeper understanding of what really reality is made of, and maybe provide a criticism, a concrete criticism of our understanding of modern science. So Jazakallah for that. That's the end of my presentation. Hamid Saab, I can't hear you.
Dr. Saab, maybe you're on mute.
Is it okay now?
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Sahib has joined the session now. So I request him, if he has received all the profiles, to kindly preside this session.
Doctor, are you asking me or Sohail Saab?
Sohail Saab just joined, so I asked.
No, that's good.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My sincere apologies for coming in at this time. I'm actually calling in from the Pacific Coast, just like Dr. Wasim Sayed Saab, but that's really no good excuse. So let me now ask Dr. Mohyuddin Mirza Saab to come to the stage, and just as a brief introduction, Dr. Mohyuddin Mirza Saab is a graduate of the University of Alberta. He was an adjunct professor at the university from 1990 till 2000. He worked as an agricultural scientist, developed hydroponics cultivation methods for greenhouses. In 2014, he was inducted into the Alberta Agriculture Hall of Fame. He received several awards for his service to the agriculture industry and was honored by the Alberta Greenhouse Growers Association by creating Dr. Mirza Educational and Scholarship Foundation. So it's a real honor for us to hear from him about mental health, the pandemic, and the Holy Quran.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah. I will share my screen and inshallah it should work. Are you able to see it, please? Is it visible to the participant?
Yes, yes, but can you put it in? Yes, now it's visible. Perfect.
Perfect. Jazakallah. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. You might be wondering what an agriculture scientist is talking about mental health. And of course, during my research, and of course, right now, I am in a mental health crisis. I'm in panic that my presentation in 10 minutes is done properly. And so quickly, defining mental health, sign and symptom. During pandemic, of course, a lot of interesting things are happening. Mental health issues have gone up. So I will basically describe some sign and symptoms and Quranic guidelines for mental wellness as well. And of course, I'm using the Holy Quran with English translation and commentary by Malak Ghulam Sahib, Islamic International Publication, ISBN number. While quoting references, Bismillah Rahman has been included as a verse because many times I've noticed that the way our community Jamaat make the references, Bismillah is included, and some of the other references don't include that. So my typical prayer for lessening my mental stress, of course, and anybody could use it, is Rabbi Sharli Sadri, my Lord, open out for my breast, for Yassarli Amri, and ease for me for my task. Wahlul Uqtatum min lisani, and loose the knot of my tongue, so that people may understand my speech. So this is one of the tools described by the Holy Quran. I call it for communication. And during mental health crisis, this is one of the biggest factors that we are not able to communicate properly. And this prayer enables me to communicate in that way. So defining mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and act. It also helps determine how we handle stress and related to others and make choices. And mental health is important at every stage of life, from childhood and adolescent through adulthood. And of course, in childhood, we of course cry more to get more attention, and that behavior sometimes continue in adult as well, that we start complaining and crying to trying to get attention that I am in a crisis. And over the course of our lives, we experience mental health problems. Our thinking, moods, and behaviors could be affected. They change daily from time to time. Many factors contribute to mental health problems, including biological factors such as genes and brain chemistry, life experiences such as trauma or abuse, family history of mental health problems, and experiencing one or more of the following feelings or behavior can be early warning signs of a problem. It's very difficult to admit that I have an issue of mental health, or easy to say about others, but it's always difficult for me to admit, you see, that there are issues. And typical symptoms are eating or sleeping too much or too little, pulling away from people and usual activities, having low or no energy, feeling numb or like nothing matters, having unexplained aches and pains like psychosomatic, feeling helpless and hopeless, smoking, drinking, and using drugs more than usual, feeling unusually confused, forgetful, or on edge, angry, upset, worried, or scared, yelling or fighting with family friends. And that has increased quite a bit during this pandemic, experiencing severe mood swings that cause problems in relationships, having persistent thoughts and memories you can't get out of your head, hearing voices or believing things that are not true, thinking of harming yourself or others, inability to perform daily tasks as well is one of the signs. And mental health and wellness, positive mental health is so important because that helps to realize their full mental potential, cope with the stresses of life, work productivity, make meaningful contribution to the communities. And of course, it's so important that it covers everything: mental health, physical well-being, economic well-being, social well-being, developmental activity, emotional well-being, psychological well-being, life satisfaction, domain-specific satisfaction, engaging activities at work. And Islam and Quran provides all they are teaching relevant to every aspect, to see, which I won't be able to go all of it, but some of it I will mention. And way to maintain positive mental health is, of course, getting professional help if you need it, connecting with others, staying positive. Like right now, I'm really enjoying it right from the beginning, connection and talking about the Quran, and fantastic contribution from different speakers. I'm very positive today because my mental health is pretty good because I've joined in. Staying positive, getting physically active, helping others, getting enough sleep, developing coping skills. And 4 techniques which are suggested is communicate, 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 be flexible in your attitude and have an attitude of gratitude, maintaining friendship and seeking support. And what the Quran does is that Quranic system aims to create a balance in our lives by putting life matters into perspective and rearranging priorities accordingly and harmonizing circles of relationships between the individual and his inner and outer environment. This is a concise summary I try to do that why Quran is so important in these things. Verse 256 and 58, and we will try you with something of fear and hunger and loss of wealth and lives and fruits. So most of the stresses come from those factors, you see, and Allah said that yes, those are going to be part of your normal life. And fear of pandemic right now, of this little virus, and hunger, of course, not enough financial resources are there. Hunger to feed my family, hunger to pay my mortgage, and loss of wealth, upside and down. Government is helping us out. And lives and fruits are but glad tidings of those who potentially preserve, who when a misfortune overtakes them say to Allah, we belong to you and we shall you return. It is these whom descend blessing from their Lord and also mercy. So, and when we bestow favor on them, Quran is beautiful that it describes human nature in many different ways. And when we bestow favor on man, he turns away and goes aside. And when evil touches them, he then starts crying in despair that what's going on. So right now in pandemic, we have to have that balance. Say everyone acts according to his own way, and your Lord knows well who is rightly guided. And surely we have explained in various ways in this Quran for the good of mankind, all manner of similitude, but of all things, man is most contentious. Now, this is another reference. Mental health is a contentious issue in the sense that we don't acknowledge it, we don't admit it, then we get angry with God as well. Why me? So a beautiful description is here. So lack of comparative judgment also causes quite a bit of mental problem. So choosing a course of action, right decision making, talking before thinking, jumping to conclusions, family conflict, example of love of wife and mother, I just injected right here. And 3 strategies: gain true knowledge of right and wrong, knowledge of actions, good, bad, is of greatest importance, must know the context in which right action to be done and bad action avoided, must be conscious of the evil to which we are prone to. And when mental health issue persists, of course, Quran encourages constant istighfar, deeper and deeper knowledge of God, the Almighty, reflection on consequences of good and bad action, tawbah, repentance, adorn yourself with divine qualities. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and all the listeners.
Jazakallah, Dr. Mohiuddin Saab, for that illuminating talk. We'll come back to questions. Please send your questions to the organizers. I've accumulated a few already from this session, and I think the Q&A will be interesting. And let us now move on to Dr. Ijaz Rauf. And an introduction about him is that his research focuses on the development of space-based instrumentation, data analysis techniques and tools, and space test processes to advance planetary research and to improve the performance and reliability of space systems. He's a member of the York University Argus team that are currently monitoring photometry in a low Earth orbit on the CAN-X2 spacecraft. He's the inventor of a novel construction technology for a space elevator. He graduated with a PhD from Cambridge. And before he starts his talk about a very interesting talk, I would just say, as again, my apologies in coming into the session now. is that each of the moderators has 10 minutes, and I will signal when you have 1 minute remaining, either with a flag of the hand or some other gesture. At 10 minutes, I may interject and ask you to please wrap up. I hope you don't mind, just because of the fact that we've got a very full lineup. And the second announcement, I won't start your 10 minutes, Jasab, until after you start. But the other announcement is that unless the organizers feel there isn't bandwidth, for those who can come on video, it's always nice to see one another. If you're men, please, if you can, unless you're in your pajamas from waist up and don't feel that it would be appropriate, or your banyans or whatever, you don't have to wear an achkin, you don't have to wear a tuxedo, but if you do have the ability to turn on video, it would just make it interesting. So with that, I would like to ask Dr. Ijaz Rauf to tell us about machine learning from diabetes. You are muted, Dr. Rauf.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can everybody hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you put yourself on slide mode?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Perfect, and we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My topic, as already has been explained, is machine learning for learning diabetes, or historical data analysis. Before I dive into my presentation, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators. Dr. Kareem Khashoggi is an associate professor in the Health Informatics Sciences at University of Toronto, and Dr. Aziz Gurgachi is at the Ted Rogers School of Management at Ryerson University. And we three have tried to understand this mechanism in human biochemistry. So I want to start with these few verses of the Holy Quran, couple of verses of the Holy Quran, where Allah Ta'ala says, I will just read in the interest of time the English translation, verily he comprehends them by his knowledge and number them all fully. So the key word I want to people to remember is the numbers behind every phenomenon, everything. That's what data science tries to understand and manipulate to gather the knowledge that Allah has kept behind all the processes in the universe. Again, Allah says he is who made the sun radiate a brilliant light and the moon reflected its luster and ordained for its stages that you might know the numbers. Again, the numbers of years, the reckoning of the time. So the numbers behind different things is what we try to understand in data science. Really, what we do is we say, and this is where I want to start, that everything that you see, every effect there is out there, it is related to, through a system or a mathematical function, to many of the inputs that go in there. The outputs are basically the impact of the inputs that are transferred mathematically through that function. And that is the function we try to understand in data science and even in physics. That's how it started from physics and now has emerged into a new field called data science. For example, diabetes is an effect on your body of your bad habits that you adopt and don't take care of your body, and eventually you can get into diabetes. So all the effects are related through a mathematical function with the input. So what we did is we started with a data, clinical data, which is collected. You visit a doctor and doctor takes your pulse, takes your blood pressure, temperature, all those data is recorded. So we had access to patient data that in that data, what we were interested as an output is the fasting blood sugar. And most of the people who are in medical science would know that that is what describes whether you are a diabetic or not. They measure your fasting blood sugar, and if it is beyond certain number, again, the numbers, which if it is beyond certain numbers, you are either pre-diabetic, and if it is beyond even higher number, you are diabetic. And the process that we want to understand is what is it in your biochemistry, in your body, that is related to that number, your blood sugar number or the fasting blood sugar number. And the inputs we took into account is your age. When you age, your system changes. And that is what I will come down to at the end. Your gender, your blood pressure, your body mass index, your LDL, because we thought these are the key parameters that might tell us something about diabetes. Your HDL, A1C is pretty much related to diabetes. That's the biomarker that people order when you are suspected of getting closer to being diabetic, and total cholesterol. So those were the inputs, and we wanted to relate them through machine learning, trying to understand the phenomenon, the numbers behind it, and see how they are related to each other. And the data we had was from 3,000 patients. So one or the other data was missing out of these 24 patients. So we kind of screened them out, and we started the first analysis with 2,976 patients. And first iteration gave us this output. Really what I'm trying to show here is what in the data, in our input, has how much. It's the weighted average of each input on your fasting blood sugar. So not a surprise that the first column is A1C. The biomarker increases exponentially if you are diabetic. And that is, and any medical doctor will tell you that's obvious thing, that's not a finding. The second highest is A1C again, but the third one is your body mass index. So if your body mass index, and that is also pretty much well known. So these things are trying to confirm what we have, what we are trying to find through the data science, which are new. The third highest thing is triglycerides in your bloodstream. The fourth one is the blood pressure. And the fifth one is the interaction between age and your blood pressure. But one thing we found out that in the data, there were certain things that were wrong even further. So we cleaned up the data further. First of all, what we found out that a lot of times doctors do not, if they do not suspect you that you are getting closer to diabetes, they will not even order an A1C reading for your blood. And what happens is that the machine puts a 0 by default where there is no reading. So we had a large number of people that had A1C, which is 0. That was no use because that was skewing our data into one direction. So what we did, we tried to eliminate that as well. And we were left with only 1,117 patients who had every data that we could use for analysis, and we performed a second iteration of analysis through the machine learning algorithms. And now you see some of the things have shifted and changed. Now, a cleaner data gives us a little clearer picture of what is happening and what is related to fasting blood sugar. Again, without any surprise, the quadratic function, G times G, meaning if you look at my list here, G is your A1C reading. So A1C reading tells you, let me see if I can find a pointer. Yeah. So G times G gives you A1C reading, which means that your fasting blood sugar is quadratically related to, exponentially related to your A1C reading. But the second highest is your total cholesterol. So if your cholesterol rises, your fasting blood sugar is bound to rise. Then the interaction between your HDL and your total cholesterol is Fi, and your interaction between age and blood pressure is the third highest, and so on and so forth. So those are the things that are impacting your fasting blood sugar. But the interesting thing is these are just weighted averages, and they don't tell you how they impact your fasting blood sugar, whether they support the fasting blood sugar to rise or whether they try to decrease the fasting blood sugar. And that's where you have to convert these numbers into real numbers. And this is what I'm showing here in this image. And what you see here is the interaction between your age and your blood pressure. AC is negatively impacting your fasting blood sugar, meaning that in an effort to, if your fasting blood sugar rises, your blood pressure should lower down. Or if you want to reduce your fasting blood sugar, your blood pressure should go up, meaning your blood should circulate much faster in your veins to try and take away that sugar in your blood and throw it out of your system, things like that. Age is also negatively, which means that absorption should be lower at the higher end of the age because it's negative to fasting blood sugar. And then your HDL, which is F, and your E, which is LDL, they are both negatively trying to interact with your fasting blood sugar. So what happens once you do these machine learning and algorithms and try to develop a function, you can study individual interactions between human body, biochemistry, and the element of interest at the output, which in our case is fasting blood sugar. So you can draw some predictive analysis as well as you can do some interaction studies. And this is what I'm trying to show at the next. Once we had...
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab. May I ask you to wrap up? Your time is...
Just 30 seconds. So the interaction shows, this is an interaction of age with the body mass index and fasting blood sugar. And you can see that at a younger age, there is not much change. It's pretty much a kind of a flat curve. But as you age, all of them converge at the age of about 40. And this is what I wanted to relate it to, that there's something fundamental in your human biochemistry that changes at the age 40, as is said by the Holy Quran in this verse. And I have already highlighted in red the age of 40. And thank you very much for your attention. Jazakumullah khairan. I will be here for the questions at the end.
Jazakallah. And now moving to our next presenter, Dr. Athar Malik, who I see, yes, here he is, Jazakallah. Dr. Athar Naveed Malik is a neurosurgeon and neuroscientist who completed his BS in biomedical engineering from Johns Hopkins University in 2005. He completed his MD and PhD at Harvard Medical School in neurobiology. He is currently a physician resident in neurosurgery at the Massachusetts General Hospital, Harvard Medical School, and a postdoctoral research fellow at Harvard University. His research has led to scientific publications in prestigious journals, including Nature Neuroscience, and then just last month in Cell, which is the top tier journal for biochemistry and science. And he'll tell us today about neural circuits in the Holy Quran, the reward system. And Athar Bhai, I will send a message on the chat for you for when you have 1 minute remaining. And I apologize if I need to interject at your 10-minute mark.
Jazakallah, Dr. Suhail Saab. I just wanted to confirm, are you able to see my slides here?
Yes.
Okay, Jazakallah.
It's a bit small though. Is that only me, or it seems like it's only a part of the screen, like the center of the screen? I can see it though, and I would just ask the organizers if this is sufficient for us to continue.
Is this
should be fine. I think if he can blow it up a bit, that's better, because it's a bit unusual, but it's fine. It's nevertheless legible.
okay? Let me actually see if I can do that. Let me see if this is better.
You click on slide show, you should be able to do things.
You're actually in presenter mode now.
Is this better?
That's good. That's good now.
Okay, Jazakallah. Sorry about that technical issue there. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Respected organizers, dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Today I will be speaking with you about the intimate relationship between the Holy Quran and the human brain, focusing on the reward system as a case study. Almighty Allah states in the Holy Quran, "With Allah is the reward of this world and of the next, and Allah is all hearing, all seeing." Hundreds of verses of the Holy Quran discuss the concept of reward and punishment. We are taught that our actions have consequences, and we should strive for actions that result in Allah's pleasure and rewards from Him, and avoid actions that result in Allah's displeasure and punishments from Him. Interestingly, how the brain processes rewards and punishments has become of great interest in neuroscience, where it is believed to play a critical role in learning. Human beings and other animals learn in part by connecting their actions to rewards and punishments. If an action leads to a reward, we can learn this connection and we then desire to repeat this action. If an action leads to punishment, we can learn this connection and we then try to avoid this action. As a result, understanding how we process rewards and punishments is a fundamental part of understanding how the brain works. What can the Holy Quran teach us about the brain's function? The Prophet ﷺ has taught us a profound truth that opens up our understanding of the physical world, the spiritual world, and the connection between them. He states that the physical and spiritual systems of man are governed by the same laws of nature. This connection becomes even more intimate when we consider that our interaction with Almighty Allah, our spiritual experiences, and our spiritual development occurs through a physical structure, our brain, and hence processing worldly and spiritual rewards must occur through the same neural circuits in our brains. Insights into spiritual rewards can therefore shed light on the laws that govern the processing of worldly rewards by the brain. Similarly, studying neuroscience and understanding processing of worldly rewards by the brain can shed light on how Quranic teachings interface with our brains and how spiritual rewards are processed. Today, I would like to illustrate this connection by discussing the reward system and exploring the idea that worldly and spiritual rewards are governed by the same laws of nature. So what do we know about how the brain processes worldly rewards? A major component of the reward processing pathway in the brain is the dopamine system. Dopamine neurons in the brainstem project to higher brain areas and signal in response to reward. This was first demonstrated in the 1990s by Wolfram Schultz and colleagues. Here I'm showing you plots of the activity of dopamine neurons that they recorded from a monkey's brain as it participated in behavioral tasks. They found that dopamine neurons were activated by unexpected rewards and by reward predicting cues, but were suppressed when a reward was unexpectedly omitted. This led to the understanding that dopamine neurons signal reward prediction error, or the difference between expected and actual reward. So if we think about our lives, we experience worldly rewards and punishments all of the time. If we depict these graphically over time from birth to death, it might look something like this. We sometimes receive rewards as shown in green. For example, when we're babies, we may receive food when we're hungry. Later, we might get a good grade when we're in school, or we may subsequently get married, have children, get a job, etc. But we also sometimes receive punishments as shown in red, like our parents getting upset with us when we do something bad, or getting a bad grade, getting divorced, having children with health problems, losing our job, losing a loved one, or getting diagnosed with a disease ourselves. Rewarding events increase dopamine signaling, while punishing events decrease dopamine signaling. This covers reward processing in the immediate fashion, but what about more distant rewards? Recent studies have demonstrated that dopamine signals also slowly increase as distant rewards are approached. These ramping dopamine signals have been thought to represent state values, or the value of an animal's position in time, rather than reward prediction errors. And there has been controversy in the field, not only regarding whether these ramping signals encode RPE or value, but also from where these ramps originate in the brain. In the spiritual context, we are taught to consider the impact of our actions on a very distant context, which is the afterlife. So if we were to plot spiritual rewards, what would it look like? Would it look like this, where all spiritual rewards or punishments are reserved for the afterlife? Or would it look something like this, where spiritual rewards or punishments are experienced gradually as we approach the afterlife throughout our lives, in addition to the afterlife? The promised Messiah ﷺ has explained that it is the latter. He writes, the Holy Quran has repeatedly made it clear that the judgment day will be the time of the grand recompense, but one type of recompense begins in this very world. He further writes in Durr Samin, fear him, O friends, he is the all-seeing God. If you ponder over it, even this world is the place of reward and punishment. He granted me this reward because of righteousness. Glory be to him who put my enemies to shame. Hence, spiritual rewards and punishments come in this world, and they therefore serve to inform us about whether we are heading towards our goal each step of the way. How is this information about progression towards distant rewards processed by the brain? Do dopamine circuits encode our progression towards a goal each step of the way, just as Allah informs us through intermediate rewards and punishments? How could this be studied? Well, Almighty Allah has created everything in this world for a purpose. He has created animals that use similar neurobiological mechanisms to those used by the human brain, and these animals can be used as model organisms to study nervous system function. We sought to address these questions about reward processing by using cutting-edge tools in neuroscience to monitor the dopamine system in awake behaving mice, including the measurement of somatic spiking, axonal calcium signals, and striatal dopamine concentrations. In work that was just published 3 days ago, this past Thursday, we studied dopamine signaling as distant rewards are approached by training experimental mice to perform a simple behavioral task in visual virtual reality. Mice were trained to walk along a cylindrical treadmill towards a goal location where a water reward would be given, schematized at the top of the slide. As the animals performed the task, we simultaneously examined dopamine circuit activity in their brains using the several methods that I described. As I mentioned, there has been controversy in the field about whether gradual increase in dopamine signaling as an animal approaches a distant reward encodes value or RPE. We used manipulations in virtual reality, including teleportation and speed manipulations, to disambiguate these two possibilities. We found at all levels of dopamine circuits examined, including somatic spiking, axonal calcium signals, and striatal dopamine concentrations, that ramping dopamine signals represent reward prediction errors rather than value. This resolves a controversy in the field and provides a unified computational understanding of rapid phasic and slowly ramping dopamine signals. Namely, dopamine neurons perform a derivative-like computation over values on a moment-to-moment basis. In summary, I hope that I've been able to convey to you that the physical and spiritual systems of man are governed by the same laws of nature. Worldly and spiritual rewards are both likely to be processed by the same neural circuits in the brain. Allah has taught us that the distant reward of the afterlife begins in this very life, informing us if we are heading towards our goal each step of the way. And in this research that I've shared with you, we used mouse models, tracking of animal behavior, and cutting-edge tools to show that dopamine neurons in the brain also signal whether we are headed towards our goal each step of the way. Dopamine circuits, we believe, may encode both worldly and spiritual rewards in the brain. And my hope is that members of our community will be able to continue to study neuroscience as a way to better understand the teachings of the Holy Quran. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Dr. Azhar Malik Saab, for spiritually uplifting and scientifically dense, literally, brain tissue dense talk, which I think there'll be a lot of interesting conversation about. I'm told that after this, so Dr. Hamid Mirza Saab, do we have time before prayers and lunch to hear from Dr. Zia Shah, or will that happen after lunch and prayers?
I just spoke with respect to the MISA. We said that because local people here, they can offer prayer in congregation. So if we can move Dr. Zia's talk in the next session. So this session will inshallah continue after the namaz and lunch break. And Dr. Joshua Sahib will be the first presenter, and then there will be QA, and then we will continue for the remaining program, inshallah. So at this time, I think we'll take a break for namaz Zohar and Asr and lunch, and we'll rejoin at 2:40 p.m. at Toronto time, that is EST.
Jazakallah.
1400 years ago, born and raised in a society which was godless, unlettered, barbaric, and polytheistic, came a man unlettered himself to reveal the secrets of the world through a book given to him by God, the Holy Quran. In a period known as the Dark Ages to Europe, another nation flourished. Guided by the Holy Quran, they surpassed the world in fields of science. Today, many continue to make scientific discoveries mentioned in the Holy Quran centuries ago. Fingerprinting, genetic engineering, modern transportation, communication, embryology. Join us, eminent scientists from across North America, as they present their latest findings of scientific principles confirmed by the Holy Quran centuries before their discoveries. Come discover the scientific treasures of the Holy Quran. Prepare to be astonished at the scientific nature of the Holy Quran.
One of the purposes of coming of the promised Messiah والسلام, was to establish the supremacy of the Holy Quran in the world.
Islam Ahmadiyyat has been at the forefront of this divine effort, often being the first community to translate the Quran into many languages.
The full Holy Quran has been translated into 75 languages and has been printed into those languages.
Él es Alá, el único.
Na wale waliohama kwa ajili ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
Эти слова означают, что ни одну часть своей жизни человек
तर्जमा मौजूद है। इंडिया की मुख्तलिफ इलाकाई ज़ुबानों के तराजिम भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं। ये भी एक और अफ्रीका की ज़ुबान है, मंडिका।
In the beginning, it was believed by various Muslims that the Holy Quran must not be translated into any other language. But this was the Jamaat which took this challenge, and we tried our best to translate the Holy Quran into different languages of the world. We try our best to have the translation of the Holy Quran done in various languages in different countries. And after that, we very carefully check it and review it. And when we are convinced and we are satisfied that the translation is correct, then and then only it is being published. One of the purposes of coming of the promised Messiah والسلام, was to establish the supremacy of the Holy Quran in the world.
Islam Ahmadiyyat has been at the forefront of this divine effort, often being the first community to translate the Quran into many languages.
The full Holy Quran has been translated into 75 languages and has been printed into those languages.
Él es Alá, el único.
na wale waliohama kwa ajili ya Mwenyezi Mungu.
Эти слова означают, что ни одну часть своей жизни человек
तर्जमा मौजूद है। इंडिया की मुख्तलिफ इलाकाई ज़ुबानों के तराजिम भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं। ये भी एक और अफ्रीका की ज़ुबान है, मंडिका।
In the beginning, it was believed by various Muslims that the Holy Quran must not be translated into any other language. But this was the Jamaat which took this challenge, and we tried our best to translate the Holy Quran into different languages of the world. We try our best to have the translation of the Holy Quran done in various languages in different countries. And after that, we very carefully check it and review it. And when we are convinced and we are satisfied that the translation is correct, then and then only it is being published.
"1,400 years ago, born and raised in a society which was godless, unlettered, barbaric, and polytheistic, came a man unlettered himself to reveal the secrets of the world through a book given to him by God, the Holy Quran. In a period known as the Dark Ages to Europe, another nation flourished. Guided by the Holy Quran, they surpassed the world in fields of science. Today, many continue to make scientific discoveries mentioned in the Holy Quran centuries ago. Fingerprinting, genetic engineering, modern transportation, communication, embryology. Join us, eminent scientists from across North America, as they present their latest findings of scientific principles confirmed by the Holy Quran centuries before their discoveries. Come discover the scientific treasures of the Holy Quran. Prepare to be astonished at the scientific nature of the Holy Quran.
fine. So Dr. Suhail Saab will continue.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, then. Are we ready to stream? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Peace be upon you and welcome back. It's a privilege to finish the second session with our keynote address by Dr. Zia Shah, who I will introduce. Dr. Zia Shah is a physician practicing in upstate New York. He is the chief editor of the Muslim Times, which has more than 43,000 followers on Twitter. He's also chair of religion and science for the Muslim Sunrise, the oldest Muslim publication in North America. He has authored more than 400 articles on Islam, Christianity, secularism, and religion and science. And he also notes in his introduction, please follow on Twitter at _Muslim Times, one word. And he will tell us about perspectives on COVID-19 vaccines. And Dr. Zia Shah Saab, you have 15 minutes after your presentation. We will have a 10-minute questions and answers for all of the presenters for session 2. So the presenters that preceded you. Please, audience, send in your questions or comments to the chat number that's listed on the live stream. And with that, Dr. Zia Shah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm just loading my PowerPoint slides here. So COVID-19, so we are all in a pandemic. That's why we are holding this on Zoom. Some 72 million people have been infected worldwide with 1.6 million casualties in the world. And in US, some 300,000 people have died. But I bring you some good news that we have 2 good vaccines.
Dr. Saab, can you put yourself on presentation mode?
Like that?
Perfect. Jazakallah.
So we have 2 good vaccines available now. The Pfizer and BioNTech vaccine has been approved already in USA, Canada, UK, and Mexico. They enrolled in their phase 3 study some 43,000 individuals. Half of them received placebo, and they have reported 95% efficiency, which basically means that all the COVID cases that happened in the trial, 95% of them were in the placebo group, and only a small minority of those who had received the vaccine got the infection. The other vaccine that has shown similar results is the Moderna vaccine, in which they had 30,000 enrollees in their phase 3 trial, and FDA is going to look at it on December 17. One additional good news about Moderna is that there were no seriously ill patients in the group who received the vaccine. There were some in the placebo group, but none in the Moderna group. There are still some concerns, some questions, more of that a little bit later. I want you to go back in history during the last century and the smallpox eradication, and the biggest miracle of medical health science was that in the 20th century, some 300 to 500 million people died of smallpox, but now this disease has been eradicated. Even as early as 1950s, there were some 50 million cases of smallpox worldwide. Each year in 1967, there were 15 million, 2 million died. But thanks to a great vaccination program, which evolved over the decades and so forth, started actually more than a century earlier. But in 1979, World Health Organization was able to certify that the smallpox has been eradicated. No small miracle. So what is wrong with this picture? On the surface, there's nothing wrong. Muslims praying in congregation as we are supposed to, shoulder to shoulder. But if I told you that they are praying to the merciful God for some benefit and clearance of the pandemic, then if I add that piece of information, then your answer becomes that obviously they are trying to defy the laws of nature that have been made by the same creator who is going to be listening to our prayers. The Holy Quran in Surah Ankabut says that Allah has created the heavens and the earth with a purpose and based on precise truth. In that surely is a sign for the believers. So the word here is Khalaqallahu samawati wal ard bil haq. So the word is bil haq, which I have translated here with a purpose and based on precise truth. So if the universe has been created on perfect and precise truth, then the laws of nature, we cannot cheat. In our personal life, in our religious life, and in our scientific research, we simply cannot short circuit or cheat the laws of nature, which have been created on precise and perfect truth. Al-Haq. Al-Haq is also one of the attribute of God Almighty, and the word has also been used to describe the Holy Quran. But when the pandemic came in early February, March, by April, different groups and different religious and political groups were coming out with their ideas of solutions and remedies. So here is President Andry Rajoelina. He's president of Madagascar. So within a month or two in April, with great fanfare, he was able to launch his COVID concoction. And when World Health Organization did not promote or endorse his cure, then he was very skeptical of the World Health Organization that they are discriminating because it's coming from a poor country like Africa. But the point is, in April, what sort of evidence the infection was just being declared? Very few people knew about the genetic makeup of the COVID-19, and no research had been carried out. And he had just come out with a concoction on conjecture. What was most dramatic, that some right-wing Hindu zealots and politicians started promoting cow urine and even cow dung as prevention as well as for cure of COVID-19. PM Modi also in subtle ways endorsed that, but what is more clearly documented, even in BBC, that at one time he had declared that the early Indian inhabitants some 5,000 years ago, he says, must have known genetic engineering and must have known plastic surgery because they were able to put the head of an elephant on human body in their idol Ganesh. Another dramatic claimant was a sect, a Japanese doomsday cult, Happy Science. So they claim to have 11 million followers, and they came up with a detailed theory how the virus came to be, was unleashed by a UFO, and it was a punishment for the communists who are godless, and throughout the world is going to punish those who do not have, according to them, the true faith. And so, so this sect was selling to their naive followers some sort of virus-related blessing, which they could even buy online. It would be $100 to $400. And then some of the spokespeople were claiming that it's amazing. We are seeing people being cured. The Muslims, some of the Muslims did not stay back, and they were promoting kalanji seeds against COVID-19, both for prevention and cure, based on their misunderstanding of a hadith, which I have quoted here. It's mentioned in the chapter Tib of Bukhari as well. And so the punchline was that the black seed used regularly can cure every disease except death. So I think they did not know the context of the hadith, in what circumstances was it said and so forth, but in their zealotry, they were ready to promote it as cure. But the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu had in a different hadith, which most of us have heard, had given us clear insight and the clear distinction between religion and study of nature and other worldly affairs, and study of nature, what we today call science. What had happened that on one occasion, the Prophet ﷺ had seen some companions on the top of the palm trees doing some pollination. So he did not know about that. And in a cursory remark, he said, what are you doing? And they explained they are trying to pollinate for the fruit. And he said, why do you have to go through that trouble? You don't have to. So he just made a cursory remark and went on with his business. And the companions took it as a religious edict. And next year, they did not go through the practice of pollination, which they had observed over decades and centuries. And that year, there was no fruit. And when this information came to Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, he advised them that when I advise you about a religious matter, then follow me. But if I make a cursory remark about worldly affairs in my human capacity, then some of those affairs you know better. So I just mentioned this verse before of Surah Ankabut. And so this kind of highlights a more precise understanding of the truth of Al-Haq, because God has created the universe based on precise truth and for a purpose in our life. Therefore, our study of nature cannot be based on conjecture or assumptions or lies or deception. It has to follow the precise scientific method honestly to achieve good results. And this word Al-Haq is not only mentioned in this verse of Surah Ankabut, but a very similar expression is also there in Surah Anam, Surah Nahl, and chapter number 39 as well. And the previous speaker also quoted one of the verses where the same expression Al-Haq was used in regards to the creation of the universe, of the Samawat and Al-Earth. So because all-hearing God is also the creator and the fashioner of our universe, so I showed you the picture of people who are praying in congregation without the social distancing. So when we defy the laws of nature, then we are not making a genuine plea to God Almighty, who is the creator of the laws of nature. I'm showing this picture of Tower of Pisa, which is known, it's the Leaning Tower, it's known for that, but it's also known for the legendary experiment of Galileo Galilei in his early experiments of gravity. But some of the observations that he made about the universe after his precise study were condemned by the church based on their theology. So therein lies a precise understanding of the jurisdiction of religion and jurisdiction of science, that when we study science, the final verdict is from the laws of nature and observation. It's not a religious truth, like the religious truth of the Catholic Church had no authority over what the scientific observations of Galileo Galilei were. So to state the obvious, there is no such thing as Islamic science, Hindu science, Jewish science, or Christian science. Science is universal. It knows no boundaries, no nationalities. So we all know that, we all experience that. We have friends who are good scientists, who may be agnostic, atheists, Jewish, Hindus, Christians, and so on and so forth. We can definitely appreciate and understand that one can get good ideas of research in his reading or her reading of the Holy Quran, or sometimes people can have intuition or can have actual dreams as to what their scientific project could be. And in history, several have been documented. Even in the fields of mathematics, the legendary mathematician Ramanujan had several of his equations revealed to him in a dream. We can take pride that here some fellow Muslims from Turkish background, Ugur Sahin and his wife, have been pioneers in the Pfizer vaccine. But for a very clear understanding and communication, I would humbly suggest that in our conferences in future, if we clearly try to make this distinction that science is study of the scientific method and our intuitions can come from different sources. Quran is a source of religion and inspiration and the final revealed literal word of God. So that is the domain of religion. There's domain of science, there's domain of religion. We keep them separate, but when we correlate them to try to understand science in sometimes the light of religion and try to document and support the authenticity of the Holy Quran as the literal word of all-knowing God based on the recent science and other scientific observation, then that is not science. That is a branch of philosophy, and we should use the label of metaphysics. So the correlation is very important, very necessary. We are doing it very effectively. I'm just suggesting a more precise terminology that we keep science in one sphere, religion in one other sphere, and when we correlate or discuss the interaction between them, whether it was an idea that came through religion or whether science is supporting religion, then that communication, that definitely is not science, and that becomes metaphysics and philosophy. So then the Muslim metaphysics, the Ahmadiyya metaphysics will be different from a Christian metaphysics, from a Jewish metaphysics, and so on and so forth. But science will always be a joint human activity. There will be no such thing as a Ahmadiyya science or a Sunni or Shiite science or a Jewish or Christian science. So going finally to the vaccines that we have available to us, and these may not be the final word, and there may be more vaccines coming out. In Russia now they're trying to mix AstraZeneca vaccine with the Sputnik 5 vaccine. But the hope is that if enough people can receive these vaccines, and because the efficacy of these vaccines is 90-95%, and some 10% of the population has already been infected and has immunity, then the concept of herd immunity is that if another 60% of the population, so total of 70%, have some sort of immunity, then the pandemic can be checked and stopped, because then the spread of the infection doesn't occur in that community where plenty of people, like 70%, have the immunity. So I'm kind of very optimistic about the Pfizer vaccine. I'll take it when it is made available to me. I've read about the side effects. There are some 2% people in these vaccines who get high-grade fever. So I'm hoping that the high-grade fever can be managed by Tylenol and medicines like Motrin and so forth. And the other concern is that there were 4 cases of Bell's palsy, which is a facial palsy and facial weakness, which resolved after a couple of weeks in the Pfizer group who received the Pfizer vaccine. So it was short-lived. People are saying that in the US, 50,000 cases of that Bell's palsy happen every year anyways. So it may not be a big concern. What we do not know yet is what would be the long-term side effects of this, but I'm optimistic that they will not be limiting in any big way. So we have data for about 3 months. As we go along, we'll have more and more data. And even if by the end of summer, if majority of the people have received or 70% received this vaccine, and even if the duration of benefit of vaccine is, let's say, even few months, but because of the concept of herd immunity, we could get rid of the pandemic, even if in each individual person, the effect does not last very long. So I just want
Dr. Saab, I think we have to wrap up. Can you wrap up in 30 seconds?
Yes, I think I'm done actually. So basically, I just wanted to present an optimistic case about the vaccines and different religious scenarios and the interaction between religion and science and Quran and science in general, and suggesting a little precise term of metaphysics when we try to correlate science with religion or the Holy Quran.
Jazakallah. I know 15 minutes for such a weighty topic that affects billions, perhaps the entire planet, probably isn't enough time. I think you'd agree. And so Jazakallah for enlightening us on the issues related to the vaccine for COVID-19. And with this, I have the privilege of now conducting the Q&A, which will be for perhaps just under 10 minutes. And I see that there have been several messages of questions sent in. You are welcome to continue to send in your messages. If we cannot answer them during this Q&A, please feel free to engage offline with the speakers or with the organizers. And perhaps the organizers might log in those questions, and if there is a sender, they can offline engage. I would like to ask the panelists to be ready to receive those questions. Given the time, please keep your responses to 1 minute or less. This may be rapid fire given the number of questions, and this is for all of the panelists within session 2. And so starting off, going down the list, I see here there is a question for Dr. Athar Malik, which is, can you draw a parallel between spiritual and neural development and development of nerves? And could this have some connection with neurological diseases? It's a sort of a very spiritually oriented question. Dr. Athar Malik, how would you tackle that? I see Dr. Athar Malik, you're muted if you're on. Okay, we'll have to come back to Dr. Athar Malik. The next question is for Dr. Mahmood Mirza Saab. And the question is, has there been a form of or instance of thromboembolism resulting from the latest in vitro procedure that you performed? I'm not exactly sure what the questioner asks. The questioner is Sophia Basalat Ahmed from Toronto. Would you like to tackle that question? Dr. Mahmood Mirza Saab.
I don't think Mahmood Mirza Saab is here, so we can move on to the next one.
Then for, let's see, let me just see who's on before asking the next question. Is Dr. Mudassir Rashid on?
Assalamu
alaikum. Okay, Mudassir Bhai, the question is for you. And these are sort of deep questions. I'm going to try to paraphrase them. You've received a couple of them. It's about recent brain behavior pattern research on the cerebral cortex causing impairment and patterning impairment. Can you comment on this and how it might be related to societal behavior? if that question makes sense to you.
I think I think this might actually be directed towards Atharbhai, because I have no idea about brain behavioral patterns. I'm a lowly physicist, as it happens. I wouldn't be able to comment.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Like I said, many of the questions that we're receiving are, I think, out of this world, because they're really deep. So no offense to the questioners, it's just trying to understand the purport of the questions. And so moving onwards, this is a question for Drs. Altaf Qadir and Dr. Mudassir. And the questioner gives a little bit of a background by stating that they are keenly watching or reading people such as Stephen Hawking's theory of nothing, and how there's an effort to contradict the concept of God, and so to accept the mind of God, and so could you comment on efforts by you and others in your organization to tackle this kind of debate? And this is the question was specifically for Dr. Altaf Qadir and Dr. Mudassir. After that, others can also join in.
Dr. Saab, if you would like to go first, perhaps.
Yes, you can go first. It's fine.
Okay. So in terms of, so the journey of a scientist is very non-linear. You start with some idea, then you move to another, and then to another, and so on, as you find discovery. And so this is why you'd often find many scientists changing minds here and there, and perhaps that's what is being alluded to here. So reaching out, it depends how you engage with them. That engagement is there at different levels. So within the UK, I guess, we do reach out to academics. I guess that's the question asking, and engage in this kind of question of existence of God, and also more, say, not necessarily directly related to the existence of God, but ideas that would be considered on the fringes of science, the influence of a consciousness. And these are, you speak to neuroscientists, they are actively involved in these kind of discussions. And there are MD scientists also who are actively involved in these discussions as a consequence. And they are very important questions, because science doesn't know where to go with some of these ideas. And so I think it was best put by one of the philosophers of scientific method who created a deep critique, Paul Fairbairn, that to get a new idea, you need to go beyond science. And many scientists who work on the fringes of fundamental science are aware of this, I would say.
Yes,
Dr. Altaf Qadir Saab.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Mudassir just said, and this requires a lot of discussion. I only have few seconds. So if you read Review of Religion and Al-Hakam, there are some ideas about the concept of God, and you can contact those authors too. That might be one way. And I know that some young scholars are also working on this in Canada and other countries. So they are also trying to bring scientists' attention towards other sciences. And this is where science is feeling that we cannot go beyond our conventional line of thinking, and we have to look at other resources, because this is where a lot of breakthroughs have come. And Holy Quran, Revelation, Rationality books can also guide. And this will require a lot of collaboration from our side to create new ideas in the light of new questions coming from science and answer them for our contemporary world.
There are questions about the COVID vaccine, and if I might ask Dr. Zia Shah Saab to comment on them. One of them is, should we get the vaccine? And I know you commented on it at the very end, but the commenter or the questioner asks, do you know what Huzur's advice is about using the COVID vaccine?
I've seen a short audio where a youngster, I think, asked him this question, and he said that there is no harm in the vaccine if it is well documented and beneficial. So I think the scientific information is out there. FDA panel heard the evidence over a whole day, which was live on YouTube and so forth. And at the end of it, 17 people voted for it, 4 were against it, some aspect of it, and 1 abstained. So most people who have seen the evidence, it is very efficacious. And the toss-up is that on the one hand, you take some risk of the side effects that are known and some little risk of possible unknown side effects. But at the same time, if you don't have the vaccine, you have the risk of getting infection. And you have seen that it's a very bizarre disease, can kill some people, can limit some people or handicap some people. There's a mortality, then there's the morbidity. So in my mind, there's clearly a benefit in getting the vaccine when it is offered to me. And as a community, there's a very large benefit. If enough people take the vaccine and we get the herd immunity, then we can wipe out the disease.
Okay, Jazakallah, Dr. Zia Shah Sahib, for the succinct response. There are other questions. I'm told that we actually need to wrap up. And so the questions many of them will be posted online on the conference website. And just to be fair to the questioners, there were other questions about the expanding universe and similar very deep thoughts about neural brain connections. And so I would refer to our neuroscientists to try to tackle some of those questions or engage with the questioners. With this, I would like to thank all the speakers, the organizers for this wonderful session. And I'd like to now pass it back to the organizers to complete session number 3. Jazakallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Suhail Hussain Sahib. We are Jazakallah and Ahsan al Jaza. And let's proceed ahead with the session number 3. I would like to invite Dr. Hamid A. Mirza, who will be chairing this session. And just a short introduction, Dr. Hamid A. Mirza has a PhD in metal organic chemistry from the University of Western Ontario, London, and then moved to McGill University and did postdoctoral fellowship, Protein Engineering Center of Excellence. Dr. Mirza is an adjunct professor at the International Center of Chemical and Biological Sciences. Dr. Mirza is a chief scientific officer at AS Chemical Laboratories Incorporated, a pharma company. He has published over 45 research papers in peer-reviewed international journals and made over 50 presentations. Currently, Dr. Mirza is also serving as the National Secretary Talim Education at the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Canada. Dr. Hamid A. Mirza.
Assalamu alaikum, Jazakumullah, Ahsan al Jaza. So we'll carry on now with the final session. The first presentation in this session is by Dr. Wasim Sayyid Sahib. Dr. Sayyid Wasim Ahmed Sahib was blessed to work with Hazrat Chaudhry Muhammad Zafrullah Khan Sahib from 1973 to 1976. He obtained BSc in physics at the Imperial College in London, England. He completed PhD in theoretical physics under Professor Dr. Abdul Salam Sahib, Nobel laureate. During this time, he published several research papers in the leading scientific journals. In 1988, he was given the task of executing the work of building one of the first mosques in Guatemala. And in 1991, the Jamaat in Klinikodi. He was blessed to serve as the National Secretary of Waqf Jadid. Currently, he is serving as the National Secretary in USA. So I invite Dr. Wasim Saeed. He will be speaking the first step in search of God scientifically.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope you can see my screen. Let me go into. So, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for this honor. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Last year, when I spoke at this scientific conference about the Holy Quran also, I talked about the fact, the title here may seem very profound and everything, but basically what we're talking about is common sense. When we talk about searching scientifically for God, what we really want to talk about, last year we talked about this, and that is that very simple and common sense idea that you can really only talk about something when you interact with it. So this is what I exemplified last year when I talked about Rutherford's experiment. When we discovered the atom, we wanted to know what it really is like. And the first step that we do always in science is we try and model on the basis of what we know to be the case, to be the information about the system that we're trying to study. So we make that model, but until we interact with the actual thing we're trying to understand, we really can't say anything. So this is what Rutherford did, and we talked about it last year. So this year, what I'm really talking about is that as every scientific theory tries to explain the how and what we observe by first postulating a set of hypotheses that summarize concisely all that we know about that phenomenon that we're trying to understand. And the scientific approach to searching for God must take this first step in the right direction. And this is really very, very important. If we make the first step wrong, we're kind of going to be up the creek without a paddle kind of a situation. So the Holy Quran addresses this, by the way, right in the very, very beginning. In Surah Al-Baqarah, the first thing that the Holy Quran says that, this book is going to be beneficial to those people who are muttaqi, who are righteous, who have a keen insight. And what's their first step? They believe in the unseen. And this belief in the unseen is what we start with in physics. When we develop scientific theories, we always kind of say that what we are seeing is actually caused by and happens somehow. And we think of how it happens. And the person, one of the people who taught me physics in Imperial College was Professor Kibble, and he has a book. And in this, he writes down what the scientific approach is. And one of the first things he says is that one has to start by developing a hypothesis about this being, about God. And this is in parallel, as I said, to the statement that the scientific method says. Let me just get to that. Excuse me 1 second. Because we have only 10 minutes, I'm really going to be actually just making some statements which are all over the place in this talk. Bear with me, I'm sorry. Right. So every scientific theory starts from a set of hypotheses. And this is what he writes in his book, which are suggested by our observations, but they represent an idealization of them. And then what we do is we test by checking the predictions deduced from these hypotheses against experiment. And often what we see in the search for God, if we were to follow the scientific principle, what we would do, the approach, what we would do is develop a hypothesis about the being that is in accord with what one can surmise about him by looking at the things that are created by this being. If the idea is to investigate who, if anyone, created the universe, then we have to look at the universe and from its nature come up with some plausible conclusions about who could be its creator. This is a very, very, again, I want to repeat this. If we want to study who is the creator of the universe, we would have to look at the universe and develop some idea about God. Most people who argue about looking for God make the mistake, and most make the assumption that is tantamount to saying that the creator should be something like the atom, an inanimate object that needs being probed through our own machinations and devices. How often we hear atheists express the defiance of a creator by saying things like, well, if God exists, why does he strike me down with lightning? Or that if God exists, why does he permit suffering? And so on. So this is something that Hazrat Mufti Muhammad Sadiq Sahib Radhiyallahu anhu experienced on a ship when he was traveling to London, England from India. And he ran across some of these students who said, if I ask God to show his power by lifting this matchbox, he will not be able to do so because he doesn't have any power, but my servant has more power than God. Because if I ask my servant to lift this matchbox, he will do so in a second. So when Mufti Sahib heard this, he went to the students and he told them that, look, if any of you have the courageous attitude, why don't you go and ask this kind of a question from the King of England? And in those days, the king amounted to something, and nobody would even understand, nobody could even dare think of standing up to the king and saying, why don't you lift this box of matches? So this attitude that people generally have is really the first step, and it's in the wrong direction. How often we hear atheists denigrate the belief in God as being tantamount to believing in a tooth fairy. And this is really the straw man argument, which is so very prevalent and used by the greatest of otherwise very renowned scientists. If I was to say that atheists believe that the cell phone, which I use all the time and all of you have, was created by a tooth fairy, and then knock down this childish notion I ascribe to them, they would consider it, an affront to their intelligence. So how immensely hard it is to make the thing you have created, this is the second point that I want to make, that you have created go on serving the objective for which it was brought into being. The same smartphone that we have, for example, needs constant review and upgrade for both software and hardware components. And to imagine that this immense enterprise called our universe is somehow able to go on functioning and the very same laws that govern it applying and being obeyed everywhere, how is it all possible to have gone on for billions of years if there is not a conscious? So what I'm saying is, when we look at the universe and see all that we know, we would come to the conclusion that there has to be some conscious, living, never tiring, all-knowing, all-powerful creator behind it all. This would be at least the model that you make. And Allah describes this in the Holy Quran many, many places. I've just said here, Allah, there is no God but He, the living, the self-subsisting, the all-sustaining, slumber seizes Him not, nor sleep. So throughout the Quran, we are told that if you look around the universe, you will see that it must have a creator who is these kind of properties. So these, I just noted down here some things that I found in my life. I ran across a physicist, actually a mathematician from University of Qaid-e-Azam in Islamabad, who always needed to live next to a refrigerated kind of an environment. And I found out this was because he doesn't have pores in his skin. And this was something which was a discovery to me, that, I have been blessed by millions of these pores, which I never even knew about. And so what I'm trying to say is that looking at nature tells us that we are extremely beholden to God. And the kind of estimation that these atheists who try and knock down these arguments by coming out with these silly objections, Allah Ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, they esteem not Allah with the estimation which is His due. They're really making the first mistake. What is the matter with you that you expect not wisdom and staidness from God? And then Hazrat Masih Maud has said this again in a very, very nice way. It may be asked, how can this purpose be achieved? The purpose of finding out about God. He says the very first means of achieving this goal is to recognize God correctly and to believe in the true God. For if at the very first step, if a person believes in a bird or an animal or in the elements or in the issue of a human being as God, there can be no hope of him treading along the straight path. So in a scientific search for God, it is extremely important that we look for a God who is in consonance with what it is that we observe His properties ought to be. So humility is one of the things that we have to have. So God has the power to convince. This is another statement which is very important to convey to people. It is interesting to note before ending that the approach adopted by many atheists in looking for extraterrestrial beings is far more scientific than the way many atheists approach the search for God. When they look for an alien, they try and communicate. But when they talk about God, they try and say, oh, well, he ought to do this or he ought to do that. So many atheists express reservations and doubts about whether God is actually capable of conveying or convincing anyone of his own existence. And yet they consider themselves fully capable to convince others of their existence. So the conclusion that I want to make is it makes no sense at all to think that God, who created everything, would lack the ability to convince anyone of his own existence, should he choose to do so. If an atom can speak to Rutherford and tell him its own structure, why would it be difficult for God to inform a person about himself? Of course, one has to have the ability to be able to hear and understand. So this is really the conclusion of my short presentation. Thank you very much. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Dr. Saeed Wasim Saab. MashaAllah, very good presentation you have made today. Our next speaker is Dr. Kareem Sharif Saib. Dr. Sharif attended the Government Foreman Christian College, Lahore, for his bachelor's degree, which he completed at the Hunter College of the City of New York. He obtained his PhD degree from the City University of New York in 1996 and joined the Comprehensive Cancer Center for Albert Einstein College of Medicine as a postdoctoral fellowship. Dr. Kareem accepted a research associate position at the Will Cornell Medical College, New York, where he continued his scientific research using transgenic mouse models for kidney cancers. Dr. Kareem is a professor of biology at the Massachusetts Community College in Boston. So I invite Dr. Kareem. His topic is analyzing gene annotations of Miller D and F elements from the four sisters Drosophila species and assessing a course-based undergraduate research experience which is pursuing with the Genomics Education Partnership. Dr. Kareem.
Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me share my screen and start my presentation. Are you able to see my screen?
Ji, Doctor.
Jazakumullah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to present our research. It is truly an honor and privilege to speak to this august audience. Our research is conducted with a collaboration of over 100 scientists and their undergraduate students to identify and annotate genes of various Drosophila species, spearheaded by Dr. Sarah Elgin. We have two aims. Number one, conduct original scientific research in comparative genomics of Drosophila species. And two, to evaluate the impact of engaging in scientific research to your success in academic pursuits. So, Allah the Almighty says in Holy Quran, there is not an animal that crawls in the earth, nor a bird that flies on its two wings, but they are communities like you. And the word here is communities like you, which indicates the relatedness of species. And we utilize the relatedness of species to do our research. This is a Drosophila melanogaster picture. This is a male fly. This is a female fly. It is a small fly, 2 to 3 millimeter in size, that comes on banana. And it is one of the most extensively studied organisms in the field of genetics. It has a genome size of 130 million base pairs. That means 130 million letters like this. And most genes have been identified. So it's very well studied species. Fruit fly, which is common name for it, it has over 2,000 known species that have been reported around the globe. They may appear very similar to each other, However, they differ from the fruits they feed on or breed on, as shown here, or the habitat that they thrive in. Genomes of 12 species of Drosophila have been completely sequenced. Drosophila has 4 chromosomes, and today I will present the work which involves genes on D and F element of the chromosomes. F element has 80 genes, and it is mostly found in heterochromatin form, which means it's transcriptionally not very active, but still these genes manage to be transcribed. And Muller D element, which is found here, is transcriptionally active, and it is in euchromatic form. So when we sequence a genome, we get a DNA sequence that looks something like that in huge books. And these could be 130 million letters for Drosophila, all next to each other in a long string of letters, which we call nucleotides. So it would be very difficult to find in this ocean where is a particular gene and what are its features. And that's the challenge we need to resolve. So what we do is we break the genome into small fragments, relatively small, but they're still rather big, 40,000 bases at a time, and use bioinformatic techniques to try to identify and annotate genes. And these techniques have been helped out by one, Drosophila melanogaster, which is so well studied that most genes are known, so computer can fetch out that sequence. And then there are algorithms that can predict other gene models, and we are also helped out by RNA sequencing data. And from the many possibilities, we have to come up with a gene model. This is a schematic diagram showing how gene annotation is done. So we find precise junctions of exons and introns and put them together and coordinates. And once gene has been annotated, now we know in that ocean where a gene starts, where it ends, what are the intron-exon boundaries, and the ATG codon, which is where the protein will start. Now, these genes are coded in bases, which are nucleotides, and 3 nucleotides serve as one codon that codes for an amino acid. There are 61 codons that code for 20 amino acids. That means that many codons will be synonymous, as shown in this table. For instance, if you take the example of proline amino acid, there are 4 codons, they all code for proline. Now, in other words, any one of these 3 letters can come in a message, and the proline will be translated there. Now, if you have a gene, first codon will be AUG, and that will set the frame, and next codon will be read ACG, and then GAU, and so on. Now, these codons have to be matched with tRNAs, which bring anticodon, and those tRNAs bring amino acids. Now, it depends on complementary tRNA pool, how efficiently the matching will occur. So now if one of these 4 codons is used in a particular sequence, for instance, here, CCG has been used instead of CCU, CCA, or CCC. Now, if the complementary tRNA pool is bigger in the cell for this codon, then it will be more efficiently translated as opposed to if it is not. Now, in this example, proline comes once again here, and you notice that CCG has been again used. So here we say that CCG codon has a bias in this species. So it is more frequently used. This bias can result from either mutational change. So a mutation can occur here, which can render it to be the same. So as G can be changed to A, and it will still be proline. However, the pool may change. Or if a change occurs in another base, then it can change the amino acid altogether. But the codon bias, what I'm talking about, that can occur either by this mutation or by selective pressure, that what kind of pool of tRNA the species has. If we measure these parameters, we can determine from the metadata what the species and the gene pool is under pressure against. So we use two parameters here: distribution of number of codons. So remember, there were 61 codons, and we check between 25 to 61 here. And the distribution of number of codons will indicate uniform codon usage. So if you have less number of codons, there is a high codon bias versus low. And the second factor that we measured was the distribution of codon adaptation index. That will determine how what is the deviation from the optimal use of codon within the species. So a lower index will indicate, along with high codon bias of number of codons, would indicate mutational pressure, while a higher index will indicate selective pressure. Our results indicate that F element genes show lower codon bias than the D element genes. And second, the codon bias is under mutational pressure in D. melanogaster and D. erecta for most genes in the F elements, while under selective pressure in D. grimshawi for most both F and D element genes. The famous saying has it that time flies like crazy and fruit flies like banana. So my time is running fast as well. Now I will switch gear and present the pedagogical research findings that we bring out of this research. Since we have the luxury of hundreds of students engaged in this research program, we assessed the impact of frustrations or setbacks that a student encounters over learning. Famous saying is that one learns from the mistakes. So what we noticed is that students learn better when they face setbacks or failures in research over when they do the same in regular coursework. So our findings are the setbacks in research process promote student learning. So in the end, our conclusions are that codon bias indicates different regions of chromosome are under different selection or mutational pressure. The gene evolution occurred differently in different species for different genes, and failure in research gives better knowledge and understanding. I'll stop here and acknowledge the research which was done by the help of research grants from NSF, HHMI, to Sarah G. Elgin from Washington State University. Jazakumullah,
Dr. Green said, mashallah, it is a very well-researched project. For undergraduate education, normally it is very challenging to explore these genome processes. So mashallah, you're doing very well. Our next speaker is Dr. Aslam Daud Saib. Dr. Aslam Daud Saib is just 1 second. Yes, Dr. Aslam Daud Saib is a physician turned a humanitarian relief champion with more than 30 years of experience in this field. He has led a number of humanitarian relief teams to respond to natural disasters and assist victims. He has also led the organization, organized many medical missions in third world countries. He is currently serving as National Vice President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Canada, and also he is a chairman of Humanity First Canada, which is taking care of a number of projects in Africa and in Central America. With this, I am requesting Dr. Sundar Sir to kindly present your work, which is Quranic Principles Pathway to Peace.
Jazakumullah, Dr. Hamid Sahab. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Amma ba'du fa'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. As my topic you've seen on the screen and Dr. Hamid Sahab has mentioned, it's Quranic Principles Pathway to Peace. And in this topic, what I'm going to present to you is that the real source of peace, some of the real sources of the peace has been mentioned in the Holy Quran, and it gives us the perfect direction on how to achieve those peace at various levels. In my presentation, I'm going to discuss this at three different levels, but I will start with saying that the Islamic greeting starts from there, this Assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you. And the literal meaning of what Islam is peace. It's a religion that brings peace to you. What peace is we'll discuss in its next few slides. The Quranic principles are really intuitive, they're subjectively experienced and lead to a transformation in the individual. So this is the test that will apply not only for peace, but for any guidance, any knowledge that you seek in the Holy Quran. You will find them intuitive, subjectively experienced, and they lead to a transformation in the individual's life. That's why it's called the complete way of life. In the Holy Quran, the principles about the peace are do's and don'ts. I'm going to cover don'ts first. And these don'ts principles are basically things that one should not do if you want to achieve peace. And that starts with no compulsion or coercion in religion, no injustice, no suspicion, no spying, no backbiting, no greed, no jealousy, no false ego. These are the don'ts that helps you establish peace. What are the do's? The do's are belief in a supreme power. Unless and until you have a belief in someone who is supreme, peace cannot be achieved. Prayer and meditation is the way to identify that power, build a relationship to the power, and for mental health and peace, this plays a most important role. Honesty and transparency gives natural peace. Acts of kindness gives you peace and tranquility. Optimistic view, always good for your mental health, and you achieve peace by that. And acceptance of reality is also very important for getting into a state of peace. The spiritual lifestyle invariably results in peace. So I'm going to discuss this, as I said, the three levels. Macro level, which is talking about world peace, national peace. I'm going to very quickly skim through that, and then I'm going to briefly mention about societal peace and workplace peace, and then I'm going to come to the real peace, which is the micro level peace, domestic peace, peace at home, and the soul in peace, which is the ultimate goal. So basically, they are interrelated to each other. Soul in peace is results in domestic peace and vice versa, and that results in societal peace and national peace, world peace, and they are so interactively linked to each other. Again, talking about world peace, I've presented these verses of Holy Quran as the basis of my presentation, that how world peace can be achieved by this. These are the guidance present in the Holy Quran. I'm not going to go read these verses, and as you can see on the screen, that Quranic Kareem tells us that if the two parties are fighting, it is an instruction to make peace with them and stop the transgressor. Basic principle of world peace. So when two countries are fighting, the third country, the whole world should try to resolve that matter. And if there are transgressors, the other countries should stop. This, again, this is too much instruction, but these are the instructions given by Holy Prophet ﷺ in the situation of rules of engagement in situation of wars, where if there is a country that goes to another country in a fight or in a battle, these are the instructions that don't kill child and women, don't practice treachery or mutilation, don't destroy the trees, houses, sheep, animal. If in the war, if the fighting parties do that, I don't think there will be any reason for war. So the vicious, with reference to world peace, the vicious cycle starts with greed, injustice, cruelty, revenge. Again, that results in injustice and more revenge. So that's the sad part of the world peace. And if you break this vicious cycle, the peace can be achieved. There are afflicted, both parties are afflicted, and there is someone who is cruel also. And our objective as third country would be to provide humanitarian support and to stop from committing cruelty. In terms of national peace, the Holy Quran has a number of verses. I've chose this very popular verse that whoever killed a person, unless it's to be killed for killing a person, creates a disorder in the land, and he should, and as if he has killed the whole mankind. So this verse tells us that in order to have peace in the country, there should be disruption to violence and killing. If violence and killing continues, peace cannot be achieved. And for that, the governments are responsible. And there has to be mutual respect. In the Holy Quran, Allah says that, "O you believed, let not one people deride another people who may be better than they." And this is what is happening in most third world countries, in corrupt countries where there is no tolerance, there is no multiculturalism, multi-faithism. In Pakistan, you see that one community is attacking another. They are against one ethnic community, one religious community is after the other one. This is totally against Islam, and that's why peace is not achieved there. And the Holy Quran says this, that there is no compulsion in the religion. So anywhere where the religion or anything is forced on people, the freedom of conscience is hurt, the pathway to peace is broken. In terms of societal peace, Allah Ta'ala says that verily Allah joins justice and doing of good to others and giving kindred, and forbids indecency and manifest evil and wrongful transgression. These verses are recited every Friday. Remember that this is the basis of peace: justice, doing good, forbidding indecency, avoiding evil, wrongful transgression. This will bring peace to the society. The important thing is about avoiding the infliction of harm and doing good. That's called the morals, the moral value. And this applies to life, honor, property. One should not hurt someone in any of these aspects. Chastity, integrity, and honesty, these are some of the qualities that really helps in achieving the peace by following the teachings of the Holy Quran. And I'm going to refer to some of the verses of the Holy Quran about this. One of other qualities are forgiveness, justice, taking initiative in doing good, and doing good to others with such a passion as if they are their close relatives. Allah Ta'ala says that, "O you believe, be steadfast in the cause of Allah, bearing witness in equity, and let not people enmity incite you to act otherwise than with justice. Be always just, then that is nearer to righteousness." Again, the fundamental thing that the Holy Quran presents is that equity and justice is the foundation of peace. Now, I'm going to skip this topic just in the interest of time, and going to a couple of other things like spying and backbiting. This is also disrupt peace. Whenever there's spying and backbiting, that whether it's at a societal level or it's a more granular level, that destroys the peace.
That's up. Your time is up now.
Oh, I didn't even come to the. Okay, I will stop here then.
Last one is up. Dr. Mashallah, it was a very nice presentation. I wish I could listen more of it. This is one of the area which need to be repeated again and again for bringing peace to mankind. Jazakumullah for a very nice presentation, mashallah. Now I think it's my turn, so inshallah there's a few. Now, the topic of my presentation is research directions from the Holy Quran, invitation to Ahmadi scientists. The Holy Quran mentions fruits and vegetables at various places. It also mentions about the animals and their various uses as well as their edible parts. In today's talk, I'm keeping focus on the fruits. Out of these fruits which have been mentioned in Holy Quran, some are in a very peculiar way, they have been mentioned in certain combinations. This presentation will give a broader overview for those verses and specifically for date palms, which we call khajur, and with scope to explore the medicinal benefits of this fruit. As Holy Quran invites us to ponder over its message, so it is our duty to look into these verses of the Holy Quran. Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi Islam, he has mentioned that in this era, Allah did not keep the religious matters like tales or stories. Rather, He made the religion as a science. And further, He said that I am sent to present the stories and belief of the Holy Quran in an intellectual way. This was published in Malfuzat on page 235 of volume 3 in 1984 edition. Recently, on 24th of July, Hazrat Sadiqatul Masih al-Khamis Sayyid Allah Ta'ala bin Aziz in his Friday mention, when he was talking about the Badri companions, he mentioned an incident of Hazrat Sa'ad bin Abi Waqqas Radhiyallahu Ta'ala anhu. The incident is related by Hazrat Sa'ad bin Abi Waqqas. He said that when I fell ill in Mecca, the Holy Prophet ﷺ came to visit me. When he placed his hand on my chest, I felt the coolness of his hand upon my heart, placing his hand where he placed his hand. And then placing his hand, he said that you have an ailment of the heart. Then he advised him to go to Harith bin Kalada, who was the brother of Banu Saqif, which was a Jewish physician. And he advised him to tell him to take 7 ajwa dates from Medina and crush them along with the pits and give it to you as a drink as a medicine. So several parts from this hadith I have highlighted, which we should keep in mind during this conversation, which I'm going to do in this presentation. There are a couple of other ahadiths which I have brought here, which specifically talk about the ajwa dates. Holy Prophet ﷺ has mentioned that if somebody takes some ajwa dates every morning, he will not be affected by poison or magic on the day till night. Then on another occasion, Holy Prophet ﷺ has been mentioned, who said that al-ajwa is from paradise and it contains a cure for poison. So these two hadiths, along with the hadith which was mentioned by Hazrat Sadiqatul Masih in sermon, they brought our attention towards investigating what is important of this particular type of date. And specifically, when he mentioned the date along with the pits. The dates in the Arabic, they derive from the root word Nun, Khe, and Lam. There are 22 times, there are 22 verses which contain this root letter. I have given here the analysis of those verses. 20 times it is related to the fruit date, while other 2 times it has some different meanings. Out of these 20 times, 8 times dates are mentioned alone, while 6 times the dates are mentioned along with the grapes, and 2 times it is mentioned with the with the olives and pomegranate. So grapes, olives, and pomegranate, they are mentioned twice along with the dates, and then each one time with the olives or other some fruits. So when we look at this one, so there are 10 times dates are mentioned with the grapes and the combination together in the same verse, which is almost 50 times which dates have been mentioned in the Quran. So there are many verses, those 20 verses which I have mentioned. I have only quoted some of them here, but 2 verses which I want to focus today is this second verse, which is this one from chapter 6, 100, where Allah Ta'ala mentioned about date that وَمِنَ النَّخْلِ مِنْ طَلْعِهَا قِنْوَانٌ دَانِيَةٌ. And then Allah Ta'ala mentioned that unzuru ila samarihi iza asmara wa yan'ihi inna fi zalikum la ayatin liqawmin yu'minun. So these 2 points, they should be kept in mind. One is that these dates, they come in the form of the sheets, and they bunch. And then the second part, which is here, that is very interesting. Allah says that look at the fruit thereof when it bears fruits, and the ripening thereof. That the ripening process is important to look, because that is, Allah Ta'ala has mentioned that it is a sign of Allah. Similarly, in chapter 13, verse 5, Allah Ta'ala mentioned about dates and other fruits, and then he mentioned وَنُفَضِّلُ بَعْضَهَا عَلَى بَعْضٍ فِي الْأُكُلِ. That is, some of these fruits, they excel from the other fruits. So when we look at this aspect from the dates, and keeping in mind the Friday sermon of Huzur says those ahadith, and the verses, the verse which I just described, the ripening process. So we can look actually many aspects from these verses. One is the ripening process, then the date being a superior fruit, which is mentioned in the hadith that it is antidote for the poison. Then mixing of the pits and the dates as a medicine, which was mentioned in that incident. Another thing which is very interesting is that Holy Prophet ﷺ, while he was in Mecca, he advised Hazrat Saad to take the dates from the Medina, which was Ajwa dates. So are there any geographical aspects associated with that? Now, looking at the ripening, there are 4 to 6 categories of ripening process which have been described in the literature. First stage is called the Kimi stage, then it is Bisr, then the Rutab, and then the Tamar state. So these states, they have different color scheme, they have different contents in the dates during the process of ripening, and their sugar contents are different, their taste, for instance, in the very beginning, Kimri state, it is very bitter. And by the time it comes into Tamar state, which is the one which we normally get for eating, it is very sweet. The whole process of ripening, it all depends in the region, but normally it starts in the early spring and it lasts until the mid-fall. And during this time, various colors and various processes, they occur. So I will just show you some nutritional components of the date palm, which has been given here. This is the comparison between two states in the Ratab, which is when it is juicy, and Tamil state, which is when it is more dry. So in this state, you can see the moisture content almost 45% water in this, while only 18% water remained when it fully ripened. Similarly, when we compare the sugar part, the glucose, fructose, and sucrose, the contents in the reserve where it is more moist is 22.8 compared to 30% when it is dry. And fructose, which is 19 versus 29, sucrose is again 4 versus 11. And again, another thing which you can compare the sugar, which is coming from the non-starch polysaccharides. Again, that is considerable amount in the early stage than in the later stage. There are many minerals and other essential nutrients which are present in various concentrations, which we can look into it in these two states. So this actually give us more insight that as the process of ripening occurs, there is a change in the chemical composition and the nutritional value of the date fruit. And I'm sure that it occurs in the other fruits as well. In one of the studies, they found that the highest bioactive compounds, they are accumulated when these dates are in the Bissi state, which is just prior to the Ratab state and after the Pilal stage. Now, as I mentioned, that when Holy Prophet ﷺ, he told him that find the Adwa date from the Medina. So does the geographical location has impact? Actually, one of the study they have done in USA and in Saudi Arabia, they pick up the date from these two countries, they compared, and they found that the dates from the Saudi Arabia, they had higher phenolic compounds which are antioxidant, have antioxidant activity in the dates. Similarly, when we look some other research, for instance, for the diabetes, the treatment of the diabetes normally is done with insulin or other pharmaceutical products. And these products, they do have some impact, side effects on various organs in the body. Recently, there has been some work done where interest has grown to study alternative or herbal medicine, and particularly date seeds, which are gaining more attraction towards studying the, due to the very high concentration of the antioxidants. And this is particularly in relation to the antioxidative stress caused in the diabetic area. So due to this, they have been using these seeds, they crush these seeds, they extract it, and then they have investigated in the animal models where it has significant impact in the in actually taking care of the diabetic nature of the animal. So these studies, they have shown that due to the high concentration of various those flavonoids and antioxidant materials, date seeds, along with the dates, they are extremely useful in treating the diabetes. And similarly, there are a number of studies which have been now carried out where they're investigating whether it can be used for instance, colon cancer, for various other diseases. So the point which I'm bringing is that the Holy Prophet ﷺ, when he mentioned about date, then his words, as Holy Quran mentioned, that whatever Prophet does or says, it is from Allah. So those words, every single word, it has to be pondered upon, it has to be researched, and it has to be benefited from the wisdom of those words. May Allah Ta'ala enable us to follow those Holy Prophet's instructions and his wisdom and his sayings. Ameen. Okay, Jazakallah. Now our next speaker. Our next speaker is Bushra Nasir Saiba. So I'll just.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Just 1 second, I will give your introduction. Dr. Bushra Farha Nasir Saiba has a doctorate of philosophy from Griffith University in Australia. Her research interest includes epidemiology and public health, pharmacogenomics, precision medicine, risk prediction, and ingenious health and mental health. Will be talking about understanding the associations between mind, body, and spirit. Dr. Saiba, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Jazakallah to the organizers from my end as well for this wonderful opportunity to present today. So my research mainly focuses on understanding the associations between mental disorders and physical disease. But today I wanted to present on a topic that interests me, and I hope could gauge interest for future research and thinking in this field as well.
Dr. Saiba, we cannot hear you.
I think Dr. Saiba has YouTube on. If she could turn off the YouTube and just speak from Zoom.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, now it's okay.
Turn off the YouTube if you're, because that's playing in a loop. So we don't want that.
Okay, yep. So what is the mind, the body, and the soul? So when we refer to the body, it is outwardly focused. It feels and senses the world around us, but it cannot interpret what it observes without guidance from the mind and the soul. And the body bears the burden of the mind and soul, especially when they are out of balance. The mind is inwardly aware. It understands and catalogues experiences and input from the body, and then it responds by directing the body's functions and movements in ways to deal with its surroundings. If the mind is out of balance, then the body experiences stress. The soul is both inwardly aware and outwardly focused. It is part of the human being that can look beyond obvious needs and seek to fulfill self-awareness and search for happiness or fulfillment in our lives. When the soul is at peace, both the mind and the body are also in a healthy state. So when it comes to the connection between the mind and the body in the scientific realm, globally studies show that people living with poor physical health experience a high prevalence of mental health disorders alongside their physical conditions. Mental illness affects and is in turn affected by physical disease, so it can be a precursor or a consequence of a chronic disease. In Australia as well, more than 1/3 of people diagnosed with a chronic disease also experience a mental health disorder. So the consequences of this comorbidity leads to lower life expectancy, higher mortality, an increased burden of disease, a reduced quality of life, and all this in turn also intensifies social and economic impact. A common example is that of diabetes. The relation between diabetes and depression is bidirectional. People with diabetes are more likely to develop depression, and depression is a risk factor for diabetes. Similarly, depression and anxiety are predictors for the development of cardiovascular disease and worsen its prognosis. So modern day scientific research indicates that each of the body's organs and systems are complexly linked, often through connections so elegant and obscure that they have escaped scientific notice until just the past few decades. There's also been compelling research published that provides an understanding on the relationships between the body and mind, and the biochemical connections that knit a human being together. This research shows that the body contains an extraordinary system of receptors, tiny sensing devices that receive messages from specific chemicals such as hormones and neurotransmitters, and that throughout the body there are actually chemicals of thought and emotion, which affect the way you feel and how you think. In fact, this system of molecules is sometimes referred to as a second nervous system. However, most of these advancements have been limited to understanding the connection between the mind and the body. But we know generally that all three, the body, the mind, and the soul, are linked and important for our well-being. Scientific knowledge is limited at present to understanding these concepts in their entirety and in relation to the soul. So although chronic disease and mental disorders are serious problems that do need to be treated, modern day conventional medicine often does not recognize the role of faith and spirituality and how they can protect and prevent certain types of disorders and diseases. And in the Holy Quran, Almighty God explains this, that knowledge of the soul has been given to man, but it is very little. But with the inclusion of this verse in the Holy Quran, Almighty God tells us that the question regarding the nature of the human soul exists, and that the relationship between the physical, mental, and spiritual states also exists. If you read the commentary of this verse, it highlights that this question was first put to the Holy Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, 1400 years ago. So the Holy Quran can provide a profound understanding on this concept, where modern science is currently lacking and may not even be able to understand or explain these connections in their true form, which is just further proof that empirical scientific evidence has its limits. And explaining these concepts in the Holy Quran, the Promised Messiah Islam, in his landmark book, The Philosophy of the Teachings of Islam, explains that as the soul is affected by physical conduct, in the same way, sometimes the soul affects the body. For instance, when a person experiences sorrow, his eyes become wet, and a person who feels happy smiles. All our natural actions, they affect our spiritual condition. Continuing this, the Promised Messiah explains the teachings of the Holy Quran when he says that physical injuries or disease disclose that there is a mysterious relationship between the soul and the body, which is beyond the understanding of man. According to the Holy Quran, the natural state of man has a very strong relationship with the spiritual states, so much so that even a person's manner of eating and drinking affects his spiritual states. That is why the Holy Quran has laid stress on physical cleanliness and postures and their regulation in relation to all human worship. But much of modern medicine is focused on the physical body, the precise biochemical processes that cause symptoms. The same issue is present when treating psychological disorders of the mind. Symptoms are treated, but the root cause is often overlooked. And any consideration that the soul is also connected to the physical and mental state of an individual is something that is not even considered by secular scientists. So modern healthcare has tried for decades to find a place in a medical system that still sees the body primarily as a machine and gives little heed to the conscious being inhabiting it. But because our wellness comes not just from physical health, but from mental health and spiritual health as well, to be healthy, we must pay attention to all three aspects of our nature. In this day and age, there is an increase in different ways of thinking which look at spirituality in medicine, or that look at health in the context of the human spirit or soul. In the psychological space as well, there are many programs that now look at practices like mindfulness or meditation, and studies have shown physiological effects like the beneficial alterations to brain function and morphology, while other studies have shown that mindfulness activates gene critical to health and longevity. So scientists claim to know the answer to our well-being. They preach things like mindfulness and meditation, but if you talk to the people suffering, you realize they may have outward happiness, but they still feel like something is missing inside. Western societies have sought to construct new forms of spirituality, but all the mindfulness or meditation approaches will always fall short of actually improving our well-being unless we turn to the understanding of spirituality as explained by the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran teaches us that without improving our spirituality, we can't expect to cure our mental or physical illnesses. And to do this, the Holy Quran provides more than 700 commandments that provide an amazing, comprehensive guide on taking care of our physical and mental health. And when we use all our faculties according to the way God has designed them to be used, and if all our actions are done at the correct place and time, they result in inner harmony and balance. And this again is mentioned in the Holy Quran in the verse cited on screen. This is why improving spirituality is so important in the context of the teachings of the Holy Quran, because without having this connection with our Creator, we cannot really be healthy overall. The Holy Quran describes those who understand this concept as those who exist in a true state of peace and well-being and content in their lives, as described by the verses on screen. So most of the time, we tend to concentrate only on the body, focusing on our physical or mental health. While this is important, it is not the only component of well-being we should be improving. A healthy body keeps you well and active. A healthy mind keeps you focused and engaged. A healthy soul keeps you fulfilled and content. And then we can experience true spirituality, which is the inner peace felt due to being lost in the love of God. So until our soul is satisfied and content, physical and mental well-being is also impossible. Jazakumullah.
Jazakallah, Dr. Saba, mashallah, very good presentation. Dr. Busha Saba joined us from Australia, on the other side of the world. Our last speaker or presenter for this conference is Dr. Suhail Hussain Saib. His topic is predicting drug-induced pancreatitis due to the leukemia, and he'll be he's a keynote speaker, so he'll be speaking to us for 15 minutes. May I request Dr. Suhail Saib, please?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me firstly?
Indeed, Jazakallah. Yes, we can.
And I'm going to put myself on presenter mode. Can you see the screen?
Okay.
Are we good here?
Yes.
Okay. Jazakallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Respected moderator and host, respected panel and audience, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and greetings on behalf of the Association of Ahmadi Muslim Scientists of the USA. It is a privilege to have the opportunity to share with you our research work on predicting the adverse drug event of pancreatitis. I will also use this short presentation, I'll keep to my time, to highlight important aspects of scientific investigation. It's possible that I may lose some of you to details, but I'd like all of you to take away the bigger picture learning points, which I will try to highlight. Every research endeavor should have an important problem or question, and in this talk, we will tackle the problem of pancreatitis, which is a life-threatening inflammatory disorder of the pancreas. Patients often describe pancreatitis as the worst pain I have ever had. There are various causes of pancreatitis, and drugs or medications can cause pancreatitis as an adverse event. Shown here is a frequency list among children of drugs associated with pancreatitis that our research group had compiled. I would like to focus your attention on a drug called asparaginase, shown in the red rectangle. And I became interested in the problem of asparaginase-associated pancreatitis, or AAP, because asparaginase is a crucial cancer drug for acute lymphoblastic leukemia, or ALL. Pancreatitis as an adverse drug event develops in 5 to 10% of patients taking asparaginase, and truncating ALL therapy by removing asparaginase due to AAP reduces the survival of these patients with ALL. So every important research question should articulate an unmet need. And in this case, there is an unmet need to come up with methods to predict and rescue or prevent AAP. But how should we know that there will be inroads in treating AAP and that we will not hit a dead end? I would submit that our holy book, the Holy Quran, gives us that conviction that Allah Almighty can provide cures for virtually every ailment when it records the statement of the Prophet Abraham, alayhi salam, which is, وَإِذَا مَرِضْتُ فَهُوَ يَشْفِينِ. And when I fall ill, it is He who restores me to health. Thus, Almighty Allah can cure the illnesses that we cause, in this case, inadvertently through an adverse drug event. And this point is profoundly captured in a hadith of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who said, "There is a cure for every disease except for death itself." Armed with this conviction that there should be a cure or treatment for AAP, we found that a clue to asparaginase-associated pancreatitis, or AAP, was that asparaginase alters cellular metabolism. And specifically, as shown in the chemical pathway on the right, asparaginase depletes the amino acid asparagine, which can offset the homeostasis of various other metabolic pathways. Every important scientific investigation should have a testable hypothesis, and thus we framed the hypothesis that AAP patients have altered metabolic pathways that predispose them to pancreatitis. And we could test this hypothesis by using what is called global metabolomics, which is the comprehensive quantitative analysis of metabolites, referring roughly to any substance less than 1,500 Daltons in size, usually an intermediate or a product of metabolism. And the different kinds of metabolites that are identified in global metabolomic screens are shown at the bottom of this slide, and they include amino acids, short peptides, oligonucleotides, and a host of other relevant metabolites. Our methods were first to perform an extraction from plasma samples derived from a unique, what is called case control study of 26 AAP patients and 26 well-matched controls who had leukemia, ALL, and received asparaginase, but these controls did not develop pancreatitis. And so we're comparing these two groups using metabolomics. Importantly, all of these samples were taken prior to exposure to asparaginase. I will show you the main results of this initial study in the form of what is called a volcano plot, which is a type of scatter plot that plots on the x-axis biological impact versus on the y-axis statistical significance. The data are log, which gives them a volcano-like appearance, and you should focus on the lava at the outskirts of this volcano plot, or the areas of the dotted green rectangle when you actually see the data. where the metabolites have both high biological impact in one direction or the other, and they are statistically significant. Here is the volcano plot for the metabolomics platform that we performed. And you can see, as color-coded in green, that there are several metabolites that fit the threshold of being both biologically impactful in the magnitude of difference and in being statistically significant. We take this composite data and come up with pathways that are what are called enriched between the two groups. What is interesting is that most of the pathways shown in the table intersect with amino acid metabolism, which would make sense given that asparaginase depletes the amino acid asparagine. With greater validation, this information will help us refine our hypothesis about what differentiates the AAP cases from the controls. And we can go a step further by exploiting the top metabolite hits along with basic metadata about the patients to come up with an accurate prediction model for pancreatitis, which is what is shown on the left graph of what is called a receiver operator curve or ROC curve. What we do know that these data reveal is that there certainly is a need for an external validation, but these data seem quite intriguing because if you look on the right, when we run an internal validation, it's still accurate. And in this internal validation, we split the samples into 10 parts and assign one part as a test group, with the other 9 parts becoming training sets. If we run this 10 times to evaluate the prediction model, the ROC curve, whose values are now shown in the blue box, is still accurate.
Dr. Sohail Saab, can you switch to presentation mode? You're in presenter mode where the screen is split. Your notes are coming on half the screen. And then we are unable to, we can't really see, your window is very small.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. Let's see.
Presentation mode where you can see just your screen, not your notes.
Right, let me see if we can do that. Probably put the timer on hold. Okay. Okay, what do you see? Do you see only the slide?
Right now we're seeing the speaker view, your view. I mean, your.
I see. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just then, my apologies.
And your background, nice lake. So this is better.
You should come and visit California. Okay, so what do you see now?
That's good.
Okay, and do you still see the slides?
Nothing so far.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure why this usually works pretty well, including on presentation mode. Okay, what do you see now?
That's good.
You're good. Okay, I'm going to go unscripted. So what this tells us is that we have an accurate prediction model based on the internal validation. And this certainly needs to be verified by external validation. So our current findings lend support to our hypothesis that AAP patients have altered metabolic pathways compared to non-AAP patients. We speculate, therefore, that the mechanism for AAP is that the pancreas of these patients cannot handle the stress of asparaginase due to either specific defects in amino acid handling and lipid metabolism, or global defects in amino acid, lipid, and nutrient recycling. Well, every good scientific investigation requires an admission of the strengths and limitations of data. And the strengths of this work are that there is a unique, well-matched case-controlled design with samples obtained prior to asparaginase exposure and pancreatitis, which offers predictive modeling, as you've seen, mechanistic insight, and the potential for preventative therapy. We're also using plasma from blood, which is a highly accessible fluid. The limitations, however, are that these are non-fasting samples, which can increase variability. This is a modest sample size, 26 and 26 in each group, rather than 1,000 or more. This is a start. And an important limitation is statistical error to what's called multiple hypothesis testing. If you choose to test hundreds of analytes, whatever they are, in this case, metabolites, there's what's called a high false discovery rate. It's like rolling the dice 100 times. You will get lucky, but it may be due to chance. And that's why these data require external validation. There are sample storage limitations just based on clinical studies. And at the end of the day, we're looking at plasma, not the end tissue, which in this case would be pancreas for pancreatitis. Nonetheless, in summary, we've identified an important problem, which is drug-induced pancreatitis. We focused our scientific inquiry on asparaginase-associated pancreatitis. We formulated a testable hypothesis and chose the right method to test it using global metabolomics. We discovered altered metabolic pathways among AAP patients. And we importantly recognize the strengths and limitations of these data and are further probing the findings using additional time points as well as an external validation cohort. And the big take-home message is that we were guided by the Quranic conviction that Allah the Almighty can provide insight and cures from His knowledge. Wa akhiru da'wana Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Jazakumullah, Dr. Saib, mashallah, very well presented your research work which you are being taking for last few years, and you are presenting in different conferences. May Allah grant you much greater success as per the desire of the Khalifatul Masih Aziz. With this, we are reaching towards the point which we will be having a question answer session with the panel. So I have few questions received so far. So I will ask this question is. This question has been asked from Dr. Wasim Said. The questioner asked that Lawrence Krauss said that total energy in the universe is zero, and that due to this, somehow matter was created itself out of nothing through a process known as quantum vacuum fluctuations spontaneously. Can you say something about this? Do you think anything here that has said is true? That's it. Dr.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi jazakallah. This question is really one of those things I think that popular science writers always create a lot of problems for definitive answers and so on. But yes, the total energy potential and kinetic and every other kind I've read many times people say in the universe is zero, and that somehow or the other what we have is balanced by what we don't have. But to draw cosmic conclusions from these kind of general statements is very dangerous as far as I can guess. And what we found more and more as we've learned more and more about the universe is summarized by what Newton said. And that is that he, at the end of his life, he was standing by the seashore and he captured this comment, or it is attributed to him at least, that, people think I've done great things, but I liken my entire set of discoveries to the finding of a smoother pebble on the seashore, while actually the whole of the knowledge that was to be discovered from the world lay in front of me. And another way of saying it is that the total of what is out there to be known, every time we discover something new, increases exponentially more than what we actually somehow or the other have comprehended. So what I'm trying to say is that I really don't have any comment to make on the grandioseness of the statement, but what we seem to be finding is the more we learn, the more we come to realize that the fraction of how much we know over how much is out there to be known is tending more and more towards zero. So there was a time when we used to be able to say that if we knew, and there was a French scientist who said this, if we knew the position and the velocity of every particle in the universe at one instant in time, we could predict what was going to happen and we could say what happened in the past. Then we came up with quantum mechanics, and then we came up with relativistic theories. And now we have a problem understanding even the vacuum. So I'll just stop at that, I think.
Dr. Saab, there's a question in the chat section for me. Should I answer that?
Yeah, actually, I was coming to your question. So if you had already picked up, so please go ahead.
Yes, there's this question, which is a longish question, a whole paragraph. Yeah. Read half of it, answer that, and then attempt the next half. So the writer says, a lady says from your presentation, the impression I got is that science is superior to Quran. Science keeps evolving and with time changes its theories. But we as Muslims believe Quran to be the final verdict of Allah. Quran has always proven to be correct, whether we understand it today or not. So I wasn't making any contrast between the Quran and the science. Science is very much a human activity, and the Quran is obviously the literal word of all-knowing and all-powerful God. So in that sense, the Holy Quran is al-Haq, the perfect truth. But our understanding as humans is not the same as the word of God itself. As humans, we are limited, and our understanding of the Quran can be fallible. And the questioner herself alludes to this, that Quran has always proven to be correct, whether we understood it today or not. So that is my emphasis, that sometimes we do not completely and perfectly understand the Quran. God is all-knowing, but our understanding is not all-knowing. In Surah Hashr, Allah says, so God only is alimul ghaibi wa shahada, that he knows the unseen completely, and even the present. Only God knows the complete information and knowledge of even the present. We know some aspects of it, but in some sense, we can be limited. So the second part of the question is, there's no denying of the fact that science is based on facts, but we cannot keep Quran in line with the Bible or other religious books' claims. Can you please clarify, as it may be misleading? So science clearly can be an arbiter to check the authenticity of different scriptures. And here science gives the Holy Quran an edge over the Bible. In the book Barakatul Dua, Promised Messiah alayhi salam has given us 7 criteria for understanding the Holy Quran. And the number 6 is laws of nature, or science, if you will. So science really helps us decide between the truth of different scriptures. Dr. Maurice Bucaille had written a beautiful book, The Bible, the Quran, and Science, where he used, as he understood it in his lifetime, to show the authenticity of the Holy Quran and some of the limitations of the Bible. And finally, I have written articles about evolution, that if we genuinely study the ramifications of evolution and understand that Prophet Adam alayhis salam was not the first man. So if he's not the first man, there is no original sin and there's no basis for Christianity itself. So I'm going to highlight this article, Charles Darwin, an epiphany for the Muslims and a catastrophe for the Christians, on the top of the Muslim Times. If you Google Muslim Times, go there. So I'm showing that if we thoroughly use science as an arbiter between scriptures, we have a victory for the Holy Quran in our hands. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. There's another question. The questioner asked, when someone faces some challenges in life, for example, gets sick, loss of job, or his children are not on the right path, then how we know if it is a test of faith or punishment for your sin? So any of those, either Dr. Wasim Sayyid or Dr. Yasha Sahib, if anyone of you can take up.
Wasim Sayyid, would you please try first? Or
sure. Ji. So this question of know whether we can find out whether it's a test or whether it's a trial or a punishment. The example I always give is the one where a person is struggling to climb a mountain, and as he does so, he perspires, he sweats, and he suffers. And the other one is the one who's hurtling down the mountain towards his death and destruction. So the difference is really in terms of what the end result is. Once you have strived and struggled, climbed a mountain, you get this marvelous, beautiful vista of the entire, valley underneath you. And the other person who is hurtling down, who is actually being punished, who is suffering thing, his end is what tells you what it was and what it was not. And all the time, the question really is that during this trial and tribulation, how one personally has his relationship with God. And it's the end result that confirms the diagnosis, if you like. But your own personal feeling as you go through the trial and the tribulation, how you advance spiritually or you decline spiritually. You move further away from God in your heart or you get closer to God. So as you are in a trial, if you feel satisfied that you are pleased with God every day more, you are on a path of success and you are not being put into a punishment. But if you, in your trial and tribulation, feel that you are moving away from God and your connection with God is breaking, then you know that you are actually in some state of punishment from God. So this would be my attempt at an answer of this question.
Jazakallah. The last question is from Sayyid Ansar. He asked that we wondered that from the MD scientist how they could explain that what is the purpose of a constantly expanding universe while we as human beings are expected to live a very limited life? And this question is directed to Dr. Suhail Hussain.
I might ask a physicist to tackle this question. They deal with microscopic things and they're not expanding as much.
I would just briefly reply this question, that the concept of expanding universe, recently there has been research which shows that the universe goes through those so-called black holes. So it contracts back towards singularity, and then it again expands and then goes back. So this is the type of cycle which goes on and on. So to answer you, as a MD scientist, our duty is to reach the full potential which Allah Ta'ala has bestowed in us. This is our duty. This is the injunction of the Holy Quran, and this is the teaching of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Destiny, whichever Allah has kept for the humanity, that is his preview to use for how long this universe will expand and when it will contract and when it will begin a new life, as mentioned in the Holy Quran. If Dr. Wasim Sayyid can expand anything on that area, then I wouldn't mind for a minute or two.
If you could just repeat the question, I really don't understand if the universe is expanding, what is the person asking? Why are we limited?
Why we should do research and all these things? Our life is limited.
So this is fantastic. Actually, I want to go back to what Dr. Ziasab was answering. We do not believe that the Quran is in some sense a closed book and everything is in there and we know everything that is in there. The mapping that we have is that the universe, the works of God are like the words of God. And if you can ask any scientist here, they will tell you that the way to tell whether you're looking at something divine or whether you're looking at something man-made is that this man-made thing in my hand, the cell phone, when you break it down as the Koreans might, this is Apple, Samsung, they will go and find out that it has 34,943, things. And they will go and make another one that has 54,866 and half the price and, lighter by this, that, the other. So man-made things come to an end, are numerable, and God things, divine things, they are unending. So we keep on investigating even a coffee stain on a table, and we keep finding new things. And Allah says in the Holy Quran with regard to the Quran itself, that Hudallil Muttaqeen Alladhina yu'minuna bil ghaib yuqimuna as-salat mimma razaqnahum yunfiqun walladhina yu'minuna bima unzila ilayka wa ma unzila min qablik wa bil akhirati hum yuqinun. So the Muttaqi believes in you, what you received, what came before, and what is yet to come. So our understanding, and this is made clear by the Prophet ﷺ so marvelously, that he disclosed a universe of knowledge to us from the Holy Quran, which in the 1400 years before didn't and wasn't explained. And we expect much more to come all the time. So the word of God, the Holy Quran, is endless. And what we understand of it today and what we will understand tomorrow, there is a vast difference. So there is no end to our understanding. And the difference between God and us is that we are finite and we will continue struggling, and Allah will also keep on opening the vistas of things to be known every day more and more.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May I add a little? So in Holy Quran, Allah the Almighty says, Alam taraw anna Allaha sakhara lakum ma fis samawati wa ma fil ard. That do they not see that whatever is in the heaven and whatever is in the earth has been put in service for you. So expanding universe still serves a very important purpose. It's a different story that whether we fully understand it or not. But one thing physicists have already postulated that probably that is what is stabilizing the universe.
Before I invite respected Amir Sahib for his concluding remarks, I would like to thank all the participants and actually chairman of this conference, it is my responsibility to thank everyone. So I am first of all very grateful to respected Amir Sahib for his time and commitment in supporting this particular event throughout in the last 7 years. He's been constantly joining us throughout the program by the grace of Allah. I'm very much thankful to him. May Allah bless him for this support. And also, I'm very grateful to all the presenters who joined today from various parts of the continents across the globe, from Australia all the way to Pakistan and in USA, Ireland, UK. I'm very grateful for them for their time in preparation for this their presentations and giving us the knowledge which is really beneficial for mankind. And this is the true objective of the service of the Holy Quran, which Promised Messiah Islam has bestowed on the Jihad. Also, I would like at this point to thank all the volunteers. I may not be able to name all of them, so please excuse me for that. They have done a wonderful job, starting from the programming stage all the way up to execution. Department of Audio, Video, General Secretary Office. I'm grateful to you also. Among my team, respected Nabil Rana Sahib, who's working on the technical side, and Bukas Ali Hadid Sahib, who is working on compilation of all the abstracts and preparation of the program. Similarly, Zafar Nadeem Sahib is coordinating in view of the another volunteer who I will mention in a minute, with Captain Amjad Sahib, who worked very tirelessly to convey the message of this conference across all over Canada. In addition, Audio Video Department, as I have already mentioned, at this point, I would like to mention one person who was crucial, who is the coordinator of this conference originally, Jamil Ahmed Sahib. He worked really hard from the beginning all the way up to this point, but unfortunately, a couple of days ago, his mother passed away. As a result, yesterday he has to travel to Germany, and he was not able to join us from Canada, but he's watching from Germany. I got his message that he's still watching. So I request you to pray for him and his family, that may Allah Ta'ala give them strength to bear this loss, and may Allah Ta'ala grant maghfirat to his mother and elevate her station in paradise. With this, I request respected Amir Sahib. Actually, I also want to thank all of the viewers who are watching since in the morning. This was rather a long program. I really appreciate you. And inshallah, we'll see you again in the next year's conference. We should pray that may Allah remove this pandemic so we can have physical conference where we can have more enjoyment to meeting these presenters as well. With this, I request respected Amir Sahib to kindly give your concluding address and then lead us in the silent prayer.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My dear respected presenters and participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May peace and blessings of Allah be upon all of you. By the grace of Allah, the Almighty, Jamaat Ahmadiyya Canada has successfully organized and conducted the International Holy Quran and Science Conference today. This was the 7th conference since its inception, and for the very first time, it had to be virtual, online due to compulsory restrictions imposed by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We not only pray today, but also would urge all the participants and listeners to humbly bow our heads in front of Allah to seek His mercy and pardon against this devastating wave of illness whereby humanity is threatened by many serious challenges, including the economic constraints ahead, besides its direct life-threatening consequences. May Allah save all of us, and may the peaceful days return where we can more effectively and appropriately propagate the message of God to the human beings. Although the conference was conducted under restrictions of time and against many technical challenges, but I am very happy to observe that all the hurdles were handled professionally. It was feared that in this virtual conference, the management team may not be able to attract as many speakers as we had in the past. But surprisingly, even under these difficult circumstances, we have today as many speakers as in the past. Most notably, the diverse geographical representation has made this conference even more of an international event this year. All 3 sessions of the conference consisted of presentations with academic research as well as presentations with broader aspects of science that emerged from the Holy Quran. I congratulate all the presenters who really worked hard and presented good quality research. We hope that this interest will further grow in future, and the Holy Quran and Science Conference will become a major international event in times to come, inshallah. Respected sisters and brothers, the Holy Quran was revealed by Allah to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, almost 1500 years ago. This divine book contains treasures hidden in it. Some knowledge seekers benefited from it in the past. The Holy Quran invites everyone to read it and find those treasures by pondering on its coded messages. Muslims of early times reached to the heights of glory by following its teachings and made many discoveries by seeking guidance from the Holy Quran. Research environment flourished under the Muslim rulers, and much of the scientific discoveries and inventions made by those Muslim scientists are still recognized as the basis of modern sciences. But what about us? Are the treasures of the Holy Quran exhausted? No, not at all. They are there to be explored by us for all times to come. I wish to urge, therefore, my brothers and sisters, that when we study the Holy Quran, we should not do it as a ritual. We should do it with an inquisitive mind. Whatever we read, we should ponder over it. If we do not understand it, we should pause and research the matter. This reminds me of one of my personal experiences. I was listening to a speech by Sahibzada Mirza Tahir Ahmad Sahib before his Khilafat as Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, may Allah have mercy on him. It was in late 70s. He was speaking on Jalsa Salana Rabwa. Excuse me. He was speaking on Jalsa Salana Rabwa, and he referred to a verse of the Holy Quran, وَأَلْقَى فِي الْأَرْضِ رَوَاسِيَ أَن تَمِيدَ بِكُمْ. And he translated it, and he set up mountains in the earth, lest it quake with you. I didn't understand how the mountains are responsible for guarding the earth against earthquakes. I wrote to Mian Sahib later expressing my inability to understand this statement of the Holy Quran. He wrote me back that although most translators had translated it as he may set up that he has set up mountains lest it quake with you, but the root word had the meaning, in addition to trembling, another meaning of providing. Maida, meaning a table full of food, is from the same root. So we can also translate the verse as follows, and he has placed mountains in the earth so that they provide you food. This was a remarkable explanation for me. I was delighted. Being a civil engineer, I could well appreciate the role the mountains play in sustaining vegetation and ensuring a year-long source of water for our food and drink needs. So very respectfully, I say to our worthy scientists that our daily personal study of the Holy Quran should not be a formality. It should be like a consultation of a manual. The purpose of this conference was to draw the attention of knowledge seekers to ponder over the message of the Holy Quran. The conference presented a flavor of that knowledge from various speakers who had diverse educational and scientific backgrounds. The goal of the presentation, the conference, was to find and tie the hidden treasures of the Holy Quran with the modern miracles of science. It is hoped that this conference will open up new dimensions to study the Holy Quran, and a reader of this holy book will spend more time reflecting on its message, thus acquiring not only more knowledge, but also benefiting in his or her own domain to explore new research frontiers. This conference certainly equips all participants with new tools to study the Holy Quran. In conclusion, let us pray that Allah may immensely reward all the presenters, the organizers, and participants toward the success of the 7th Annual Holy Quran and Science Conference. May Allah enable us all to spend more time in reflecting on the Holy Quran, discovering the treasures, and seeking guidance from the words of Allah. Ameen. Now please join me in the silent prayer that Allah may bless this conference, the knowledge we have gained, and the thoughts we have had in our minds, and some noble intentions that we have made for further deeper study of the Holy Quran. Allah may enable us to fulfill these ambitions. Please join me in the silent prayer. Ameen. Allahumma ameen. Barakallahu lakum.
Jazakumullah, Mr. I'm very grateful for you.
Jazakallah, Assalamu alaikum, Isab.
Jazakumullah.